Great. All right. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, please.
Is it okay if everyone switches on the camera? Is it okay to ask this? It's nicer to see the people.
Yes, please switch on the camera. 打开摄像头，请每一位同学。
对，就是旁听的不用开了，但是那个咱们自己人请开一下哈。如果周边的那个情况不是很好，没关系，因为那个Zoom 有一个功能是可以把那个背景虚化的，或者切换背景是有这个条件的。好。Okay, go ahead.
음? 怎么没有声音呢？
就是你在如果你在播放一段音乐吗？
能够听到我说话吗，老师？
说话没有问题，对。
我先播一段视频，就是看能不能听到。
你试一下，对。不行可以。
听不到是吗？
可以。OK， 可以的。
Okay. Good evening. Okay. Good evening, teachers. My name is Li Feiyang. The instrument I choose is pipa. The first part is getting to know the pipa. In the early stage, we carry out the mapping of the pipa structure and had an in-depth understanding of pipa production technology, component structure and sound principle. This is a hand-drawing plan and elevation and section of pipa. On the left is the Western octave. On the right is the traditional 12 equal component of 12 equal temperament. Each submission corresponds to the equal temperate, so they are describing the same principle. This is the commonality of Chinese and Western music. Then I draw the spatial relationship and sequence of the vocal components of the pipa into the corresponding schedule of the musical range. The reading components of the pipa are 4 strings and 25 pins and shunts. This picture is pipa vocal map with the strings and the pin and shunts as X and Y axis. Then the twin is denoted by the depends of the corner. The pipa is played in coordination with the left and the right hands, which are in different areas. And the strings of these two areas are sometimes plunked at the same time. This can also be seen in the music score. The second part is from music to images. These two pages are the music score of the E dance music, and I use a short photograph to translate it into images. Introduce the third time access to the establish spatial coordinate system and join each node into system according to page of temperament and the position of plunking, and you get a picture that look like this. And then introduce the left and the right hand connection, because some sounds are made with both hands. The images are quick, complicated, so teacher asked me to take part of them for pouring the model. This is a hand drawing of the images. And then make the cement model. The final cement model was not perfect, but it broke in many places. But the process took a long time. Make the mold, mix the cement, pour in the model, and wait for it to draw and take it apart. I failed many times, but it was a rich experience. And then cut off the model and opt a set of sections like the right. This is my own architectural languages. These are the hand drawing of the sections. The third part is the site analysis. The central park is in order for Kassel. The park in the center of Kassel has a sense of boundary with the surrounding buildings. The site can be divided into three groups from the point of the view of function: the art group, the green park group, and the sports group. The plot I choose is next to the river, which connects the three groups with the road like a link. And this is the site model. As for the Qinhuangdao site, it is a newly developed site with a few surrounding buildings. The plot I choose is on the beach with a small river beside it. And the fourth part is the program. For Kassel site, I want to design a photograph gallery. The function is positioned as a exhibition, depends on the surrounding buildings. This is a master plan. The three entry directions imply three functional groups. This is the main entrance, and the whole building is sunken with a blocking atmosphere that does not disturb the park's skyline. This is the model photo, and this is the first plan and the second plan. This is the view from the ground and the sinking water yard. These black stones are the supporting structure of the roof, and crack in the middle is the walkway from which light flows. And these are the section of the building. In Qinhuangdao, I want to make a view tower. A general plan is a symbol. This is a model photo. I make the woods into the cast-in-place concrete to create holes that allow light to pass through the walls as people walk up the stairs, create a starry sky effect. Just like this. The design hopes to achieve the effect of Kassel's starry church, and then are some renderings. Okay, that's all.
Okay, very good. Quite impressive. Let's see.
Do you want to explain a little bit about the two sides?
Two sides.
No, I
What
mean,
is your site strategy?
About side what?
I mean, we probably we need to give critics some brief idea about the schedule. So we, for each student, we have two sites to choose. One is in Kassel in Germany. Another one is Qinhuangdao, China. So each student have the opportunity to apply their syntax. One in very historical center of city. The other one is right in the edge of ocean and real estate development, which is like a very like a human place. So you might be able to see two sites at the same time. Okay.
Maybe I quickly add a few words. So as you might know, every 5 years there is this world biggest art exhibition happening in Kassel called DOCUMENTA. And we are in contact with the curators, a really interesting group from Indonesia, Jakarta. They work in a collective and they are very open for this kind of installation. And their ambition is to work together collectively to bring Kassel to the world and Kassel and the world to Kassel. So that's why also we chose different sites. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Could I start off? Am I on mute? No. Can you hear me?
Yes, no problem.
I mean, extraordinary. I'm wondering, is this has this been a year-long project?
Oh, it's very short. It's 8 weeks.
I can't even fathom that. I can't get my head around that because and I don't just mean quantity. When I say an extraordinary amount of work, I don't mean it as a quantity. I of course mean the quality and the depth of the work. My God, you know, it's also it's very powerful. And what I mean is the questions that you're asking, I believe are essential to the life and voice and breath of our discipline of architecture. And I'll be very specific. You know, I do work with, you know, 50 disciplines in 30 countries, and often with musicians and improvisational theater and dance, and I also do things with physicists and coders, and I mingle them all. And so I've spent a fair amount of time, some of my dearest friends are musicians, Terry Riley, Michael Harrison, Lamont Young, people like this. And the question of temperament relational to you know, pre-Renaissance tuning, which is these days called just intonation, right? And in that use of language, the just means true. They're referring to true tuning, which is pre-temperament. so I've spent, I don't know, 15 years working in the question of what happened for a start, right? Which I'm sure you're very aware of when people decided to sand off, to temper tuning systems, because they were whole number tuning has a very particular consequence, right? And fixed string instruments, as you know, had a problem. At least it was a problem. It was identified as a problem in the Renaissance. Whole number tuning is a spiral. It's a broken circle, and it's related to the golden section, and it continues to grow. And many people, if you look at music, people like Philip Glass, etc., Terry Riley, Harrison, they believe that the whole number aspect of tuning links the sound itself, the vibrations, the tone, to the cosmos. So there's a lot of work done on our solar system in relation to the pre-Renaissance tuning systems. And I'm not giving you a history you don't know, because you're doing that work. But I guess the reason I'm going through it is because I want to say something that I learned, or that I think is crucial, that you touched on. In the Renaissance, they decided to take the spiral and turn it into a circle. That's the 12 octaves, right? They took, and they literally, I don't know, you can call it, they cheated, right? They basically took each octave, each whole number octave, and made it out of tune by a tiny amount so they could get to a circle. And that way they erased what they called the wolf tone, right? The break in the spiral. The reason I went there, the reason I wanted to recall these details, is that, in music, a lot of people, and today, because of people like Michael Harrison and Terry Riley, more and more musicians are starting to remember. I mean, in the short version of the story, they tempered it, and this is only for fixed string instruments. Our voice and non-fixed string instruments, flutes, wind instruments, go right in whole number. They move through the whole number octave changes, whereas a piano a fixed string instrument needed to be tempered. For many people, and then they forgot. They tempered the tuning and basically forgot, and everybody just kept using a tempered piano. And so these days, there's a movement basically in the last 20 years, 30 years, to remember true tuning, just intonation. Okay, I had to give that short history to say I believe there's an analog in architecture, and I love the fact that you, and I don't. There you are. Sorry, I really want to be in touch. I want you to send me this stuff, or when it's out in DOCUMENTA, I can get it, because it's a long and complicated history. It has to do with perspective and the Renaissance, et cetera, et cetera. But the fact that you mingled the physical instrument, its syntax and notation, with its temperament notation, and then made the enormous leap to concrete. I love that. I mean, seriously, I will tell this story, because the pre-mingling, it's like it's literally like Korb and light, right? You're pre-mixing the physical embodied instrument and its notation, the notation of its space and structure, with what happened with temperament. And I think architecture needs to remember that it has been tempered as well, is what I'm trying to say. That there is a just intonation to the voice of architecture. And when I say that, I mean it in many ways. I mean it in material syntax, I mean it in spatial syntax. I also mean it in programmatic invention. I mean that the voice of architectural programmatic invention has been tempered. And it would take me an hour and a half to really map out what I'm trying to say, and I don't want to do, I'm not going to remotely do that. I'm going to stop now. But I guess the last thing I would say is, honestly, like just that first bit, you know, that invention of the physical instrument, its relationship to temperament, and then the leap to the concrete models, those beautiful hand drawings, and then the physical concrete pieces. I mean, that's a huge work on its own. That's a contribution to the discourse of architecture. And I would have easily imagined that as a thesis, that before you got to the sites, a thesis in architecture at Cooper Univ. And then the fact that you did this whole other set of work that evolved out of it. I mean, to me, it's a year easy. It's incredible. And I guess I know I'm taking up way too much time, so I'm going to stop now. I just want to say that the program of photography has incredible resonance with what you're asking. You know, there's an entire lecture that could be done on the fact that pre-mingling, music syntax, temperament, concrete, and then the leap to the site, and in that leap, it takes on the program of photography. Wonderful. I mean, really rich invention. So I just want to congratulate you. And I would love it if you can send me this work. I want to share it with the musicians I was naming, because I spent a lot of time with them in questions of space. I can send you films of some of my music friends literally dealing with strings, making just intonation and showing visually how it becomes tempered. You know, the spatial consequence, and then working with, you know, improvisational theater people in terms of what to do about that. But anyway, thank you so much.
Yes.
I'm really moved.
Please send us the music, the music you talk about. We're very interested.
I will.
It really
Beautiful comments. Beautiful
yeah,
comments.
on record it's 8 weeks, but you know students get a whole like a winter semester, like a Chinese festival going on in 2 months. Yeah, so it's a bit, we are surprised too, because the last class when we left them, there wasn't that much, but now it's really rich. Yeah.
You know, it's funny when you sent this to me. I think I mentioned, I mean, part of why I came is because I'm really interested in music, and this is like, you know, in musical instruments and architecture. And this really was, it's exactly what I was like, I mean, I would never even dream to see, but it's exactly what I was hoping this kind of set of questions we could get to.
Yeah, I thought we have to listen to you if you do something about music. We have to invite you, no doubt. Let's see if we have any other critics want to make some comments. Professor Zhang Xinan, do you want to make some comments?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes. Very clearly.
Okay, buongiorno, mi chiamo John Cina. Okay, so I like the Feiyan's project quite much, but I have some question. For the first case, I think the transition from study to prototype is okay, but from the prototype to the architectural environment facility, it's a little literal for me. And for the second one, I think you lost in the transition from prototype to architecture design process. Okay, Jiyuan, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the comments. Very good. The student we have for the first one, he's very his intuition is very good. Like, so he just do something, you know, with his, I don't know, maybe it's that there's some missing link from step 1 to step 2, but amazingly he did a very powerful work. Just let's see, what about do you have anything to say? And our other critics?
Yeah, maybe I would like to ask.
What about? Yes, Chris, go ahead.
I also want to say it's very good and solid and impressive work. And you went all the steps, so it's excellent. I would like to ask you what you think, how these two projects, how do they relate to each other? What's the message and how do they communicate?
They both use the same language, the architecture language I get from the PIPA, just like that.
And
I think this studio is not just study the PIPA. The most important, maybe I think, is how to get my own unique architectural language from the study of PIPA, and then create architecture based on this. I think this method is universal and can be applied to many things, but it's just a subjective method, I think.
Okay, thank you. So you think that's the universal aspect of music, then in this case would connect the people and the visitors of DOCUMENTA in Kassel and those who live in China. So I think that's a very strong attitude and things we always have to think about and follow. Also in the other project that we see, maybe each student could say something about the dialogue between the continents, between the cultures.
Okay, do we have any other comments or should we move on to the next students? We have many interesting works this evening to share.
Yeah, just jump in.
Okay, let's move on to the second student.
李飞扬退出共享了吗？Hello, professors. Can you hear me?
Yes, no problem.
I'm Yi Shuran, the second student to share my presentation. Let's describe my plan. And first of all, the ancient musical instrument of my research is bamboo flute. My share is divided into 3 parts: music instrument research, space transformation, and the architectural design. The first is bamboo flute study.
No sound， 听不到声音。
我外放一下吧。
你在那个，你点那个左下角那个静音，有一个叫做应该是倒数第2行，有一个叫做停用电脑音频设备，或者你把它变成使用电脑音频设备，在你那个静音的那个上拉的那个菜单键，能看见在左下角。
是这个地方吗？
左下角。
左下
角那个静音那里选择使用电脑音频设备，能看到吗？左下角有一个上拉箭头。
左下角。
静音，左下角不是一个静音一个视频吗？对。
我的左下角好像没有，是不是镜像了呀？
就是管你的那个声音的、
是这个地方吗？
有这个可能。
这个地方吗？
我
要不把它外放吧，那个可能。
那你外放一下试试。
外放就行了，简单一些。
不行，它那个 Zoom 把它给试一下，对。 可以，可以，
是可以听见吗？
可以。
线，然后再重现。横的那个左右接不到。就是你说这个方向听起来，这不能用，不是
This video is about the bamboo flute of 梅花三弄, and my research is about bamboo flute.
对，这个是在48，本来是现在。
There are 6 holes and 8 holes in the bamboo flute, and my research flow is based on the 6-hole flute. The bamboo flute is an ancient musical instrument. At the beginning, I chose to study Huangzhong flute of the Xijin dynasty, one of the Taishi flute. The following formulas are derived and translated into graphic language. Based on the formula, combined with the first 2 parts of the 梅花三弄 for transmutation, the bamboo flute is at the innermost, and the outer side indicates the change of the eye column during the performance, thus forming the concentric circle. Since both the bamboo flute and the clarinet, both the bamboo flute and the clarinet are wide instruments that vibrate in the air. Combined with further research on the clarinet, the cavity of the musical instrument. 稍等一下，老师。
你再说一下。
老师，现在可以听见吗？
现在可以了。
按日期。可以听见。继续吧。
OK。The second part, space translation, transform the steps in the prior step into 3 divisions and obtains the following phototypes and make concrete models. This is to make a reverse model. This is the prior entity of the Pentanet technique, and the second step is arranged according the musical 梅花三弄, and then tagged and the 4th type generative model, and we get a prototype. This is the type of the prototype. And the next step is to make the concrete model. First, I later print make a reverse pattern, and the pastel is used for pouring in order to facilitate the removing of the formwork. The cube is divided into 3 parts for pouring. And this picture shows demodeling completed. And this is the 3D vision model. And this is my handwriting. The arc elements in the prototype is extracted, and the section is drawn and analyzed. The third part is building design. For architectural design, I choose Kassel as a site. Kassel is located in the center of Germany, a city with both history and cultural translation. First, Kassel is best known. Kassel is a city with a painful experience during the Second World War. Therefore, the German artist Gunter Deming needed to stabilize victims of the persecution of the vaccination during the Second World War. The memorial stone records the name of the victims and the mean experience of his life and the time of birth and death, and so on. The memorial stone is placed directly on the floor where the victim were killed. This is the people is memorizing his family. And in Kassel, there are 217 stones in 103 places. And the Kassel is best known for the 14 years Kassel DOCUMENTA. There will be more than 100 million people pouring into the city of 30,000 people. The base type of DOCUMENTA is square. This square, which is the grand occurrence of DOCUMENTA in previous years. Therefore, around the square will be most densely populated square. This is the site of my this is the square, and from this picture we can see that our site is on a sloping site connecting the square and the garden. The garden is the largest garden in Kassel. And the people can easily can be accessible from the square to overlooking the park. Therefore, the war memory television is placed here. Is placed site, and I hope to the war in a special form to be understood by outsiders. Put the memorial stone into the wall and commemorate it in a special way. This is the picture to show the building. This is the general layout and the ground plan, and the people come into this site from the north and east. This is the elevation. This is the sectional view, and the sun inner the building. This is inner this hall is placed the stone about the people which is killed in the war. This is my presentation. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from our critics. Anybody want to start? Do you have something special to share, Professor Gersten? We would
Yeah, but
love
I
to
feel like I
listen to you.
talked too much last time. I'm gonna
No,
try.
no, go ahead. We want you to talk.
No, I mean, again, really, really moving. I think a lot of what I said last time, but here, you know, what really strikes me is the well, I guess I'll say the lungs, and I mean, you know, the breath. You know, obviously the flute, you know, has an incredible capacity to register and to express one of the great mysteries of life, which is breath. And you know, speech, I mean, speaking right now is literally a kind of enigma. I mean, a giant mystery of mingling language. And already, I mean, Jesus, we could go on for days about language itself because of the notation, the grammar, and the syntax, consciousness, memory, where is language, all of that. It's between us, it's within us. And then, but then you mingle it with the body, right? With language, mingles with our body, and breath, our breathing creates voice, speech. And our voice, and I believe, again, architecture has a direct resonance with this, with us, with our body. We inhabit, right? We inhabit. And, you know, I often say, I point out to my students, you know, we are a body. You know, we often say, I have a body, you know, but like my leg hurts or my voice is getting tired, or, you know, but, and that's true. The nature of our body is to take possession of itself with language. But these works, and certainly this one, what touches me is, we are a body, meaning our breathing articulates our atmosphere, our space, and a flute is kind of central to that, right? A flute is, you know, it's a primary, you know, expression of so many enigmas between the body and the body we are and the body we have, right? The body, the breathing body, and the and consciousness, language. And of course, architecture needs to embrace and emerge and wrestle with these deep questions. Programmatic invention, which I also think is part of what's happening here in terms of memory and loss, right? The memory of loss, you know, and war, and how do we remember? But last thing, so I don't go on crazy too long, programmatic invention in architecture has to come from these deep questions. I'm very, I don't know what word to use. I'm very distressed or disturbed by people thinking that programmatic invention in architecture is somehow going to come from technology alone. You know, that techne. You know, sure, you can all whizzle, dizzle, and wiggle and jiggle and make all kinds of shapes, but in the end, the programmatic invention is what architecture needs. It's what there's an emaciated programmatic invention across the board, and here a great example where embracing the enigmas of our inhabitation and our language through voice, breath, flute, leads to a programmatic invention. You know, that one drawing where the pressurization of the space, you know, the spatial compression, coming from a flute. I mean, my God, what more could we want? This is the research architecture needs today. I'm completely clear on that in my mind. So thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
very beautiful comments. I have to write it down and think about it for years. Let's hear from other critics. Anybody else want to make comments? Salen, do you have something to say, Salen?
Yeah. Hi. First of all,
Hello.
hi. Yeah. Thank you for the amazing project. I think, wow, it's a lot to accomplish in 8 weeks. And then, yeah, I think it's really amazing how from the space of sound is being, something is abstracted from the instrument into something that's actually tangible that you can feel. So in this case, air pressure. And then I think, when you abstract air pressure, and then I guess my question is more, when you apply to site, do we then look at all these experiences and spaces of air pressure that we abstracted from the song itself, like as it is, right? Whether, because all of a sudden we have a spectrum and variation of different types of pressure from one extreme to another extreme, and that is to me like a new language in architecture, like beyond volume and things like that, but you are actually abstracting different spaces based on a whole variety of pressure. And then whether this, when applied to site, we can all of a sudden use them like a vocab and kind of compose a new essay, right? Like, really, do we keep the linearity, or we are then now free to, invent even more of this pressure and recompose them differently on the site? And that might give a bit more freedom. Yeah, but I think in a span of 8 weeks to be able to do this whole abstraction, I think that's really incredible. I think the project can go on forever. And yeah, I think, wow, it's really a new language for architecture, I guess.
Yes.
I think this one is really, through drawings. I think this one is very special to me, is that to the end of the production, to the end of the form finding, it comes from sound and then it goes back to sound and space. So this kind of relationship is really intense and smart. The output is kind of a form of the instrument as well. I think this one is really special for me. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's really powerful. And if I just look at this, like this is like a new instrument that's made of this whole vocabulary of air pressure. Yeah, I think that is really amazing.
I would like to add something. Well, I totally agree, and I think it's really a super sensitive and important project. Also, topics that you dived in, the memory and the losses and the history are very, very important in this place. And I guess my only point I would like to raise, and I would like to encourage you, if you would have more time, like extra 8 weeks, I would like to ask you to go deeper into the material and also the space itself. So, maybe that the slope is unfortunately artificial. It's not natural. The slope is basically made of the rubble, the ruins of the totally destroyed city. And so there is something below the soil. And if you would dive into the material and maybe I'm not really sure, maybe concrete is not even the right material here. So this would be, I would encourage you to think about it and dive into this, and the project gets even richer and even stronger. But this would be a next step. Thanks a lot.
Yes. Any other critics want to make comment? Mihira or Professor Zhang Xinan?
To add something. So I like this product very much, no matter the arrangement of sequence or the abstract of a prototype. I think it's good. Furthermore, I prefer how to say, I like the hole on the curved wall very much, because since the thickness of a hole is different, it influences the light and the shadow in different, I mean in the same time, as well as in different season, or I mean from morning to night. So it's much more sensitive. Okay, Jiyuan. Can you hear me?
Okay, beautiful. Yes. So should we move on to the student? Okay, let's move on next student. I think we have a tight schedule tonight. Okay, 请这个下一位同学分享你的屏幕。
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Very good.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'd like to show you a video about Qinhuangdao. Okay, and we don't have so much time to appreciate it. Hello, everyone. I don't know if your land is morning or night. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'm Wei Ling from Tianjin University. After analyzing the features of the instrument named Qinhuangdao and the conditions of set in Qinhuangdao and Kassel, I decided my project of personal stages. It's built to provide stages for artists and nature to present their aesthetics and ideas to themselves. So please allow me to show my project from instrument analysis, architecture language, and project design. First, about Qinhuangdao, there is a famous Chinese poem named the Prelude to the Qinhuangdao of Li Ping, describing the beautiful atmosphere created by Li Ping when playing Qinhuangdao. In the ancient years, Egypt people created lyra from the shape of a bow. It was introduced to Western countries as harp and introduced to China as Qinhuangdao. But it's a pity that in Song Dynasty, we lost it. After that, no one knows how to create a Qinhuangdao or how to play a Qinhuangdao. But we may say that so much. So in 1980s, Chinese musicians recreated the Qinhuangdao according to harp. So maybe you think Qinhuangdao looks like a harp. That's the reason. But they have some differences between the number of strings and the touching method. In this picture, I was trying to see the connections between the shape of bow and the cone hole. It's very interesting that we create an instrument from a daily tool. And this is some analysis about the materials of strings and the sound wave. After knowing about its origin. Hello? Any problem? No. After knowing its origin and the sound, I made some drawings about cone hole. You can see it's a beautiful facade with some mathematics relations. And its head plan, foot plan, and the component named Yueshan to holding the strings. And we can see its beautiful section with 5 void space to create sound. And this is solid and void. After I completed my first stage about cone hole, I think I know a lot of information about cone hole, but I was a little confused because I don't know how to develop a project from an instrument. So I went to my second stage of architecture language. In this stage, I was trying to develop my own architectural language from the analysis of cone hole and even the site in Qinhuangdao and Kassel. First is the analysis of sound and time. In playing cone hole, we have 4 touching methods, including tremble, press, knead, and slide. And you can play it on both sides, so you may play 2 different touching methods in the same time. And according to a melody of cone hole, I made this drawing. It shows the sound, like you can see some small point like this. It's very short and soft, but in this, it's a sound lasts a very long time. And in each chapter, I found this like a stress sound and connect them together because I think these are the attractions between each chapter. They connected each other in a very complex way to make the whole melody flow and beautiful. And in this drawing, I was combining the sound and the touching method to show how musicians to play cone hole. And in the analysis of sound and space, I was trying to learn the connection between sound and space from an experiment of German artist named Bernhard Leitner. He placed 46 loudspeakers on each side of the wall in a box volume, and to see how people feel the space in different sound. And that's his result. You can see just the sound itself can shape a different space. And then it's my set analysis. In this part, I have found 3 main comments between two different sets in different countries. That's including accessibility, attractiveness, and communicative. First, it's the Qinhuangdao in China, and my set is in a harbor. Around my set, there are many small villages because this place is very new. It's in construction. So there are many small villages around my set in an area of 2 kilometers. I think maybe they can be interested in my set and the seaside, because people always want to go somewhere near the sea to have fun. So I think this is attractions. And because they are just 2 kilometers far away, so they can access to my set very easily by the road. And when we zoom in, we can find that there are some many green areas and open space near my set, connected by a very long beach. And they can be the attractiveness along the beach. People can have fun from one attraction to another attraction. And near my set, there are many islands. They are near enough to communicate with my set by hosting some activities. And this is the set model of Kassel. My set is in a triangle area of a forest. It's a very beautiful set because this whole area is a very large open park, and around it there are many green areas, supermarkets, which are very important, which I think is important to each other. So these are attractions to each other. And I draw this to show the effect between them. Also, I zoom into my set and find many museums and museums, education space like art schools and train stations, which can connect with my set by some art activities. So after my analysis, I think accessibility, attractiveness, and communicative are so important that they make the whole city travel around and flow every day. So I want to translate it to the relationship between people and people, people and the sea, people and music, and people and light. So I draw this architecture language. This is a summary of my previous work, including the history of Qinhuangdao, the geometry, the sound of it, and even the set analysis of Qinhuangdao and the set analysis of Kassel. Also, I created a space architecture language to help me to develop my project. You can see maybe there are some stretch space and some soft and narrow space connected to each other, which is really like the Qinhuangdao melody. And then finally, that's my final project, my personal stages. I like to show how it looks like in Kassel set in the forest. People can have art on the stages and communicate with the nature. And this is how it looks like in Qinhuangdao. You can see they have a stage. Maybe there is a dancer communicate with the nature, with the light. And there is another stage. People can be very near to the sea. And this is some perspectives about my stages. They can have different atmospheres according to the sunlight, which I think is it's more active for people. And now let me show how I developed my project. I said I want to translate the accessibility, the attractiveness, and the communicative from city to people and people. You can see in the first picture. In this way, people don't know each other, but they can access to each other by stairs and corridors. Let's say accessibility. And in the second picture, people are near to each other, but they cannot see each other. But at the same time, they can hear each other. So that's attractiveness between people. And in the third one, they can see each other, can hear each other, and communicate with each other. So that's communicative. I want to make a place like this. That's the same relationship between people and the sea. And this is the people and the music, and the people with light. By combining the flow of Qinhuangdao and the continuity of the melody, I created my model A. It's really like my architecture language in the outside. It's almost rectangles on the surface, but inside there are very soft space for artists to go along. And this is my hand model. I was trying to show the different atmospheres according to the light. And this is another model to show how the void space looks like in model A, like this. And this is section. I really want to have some space when it looks, looks like a rectangle outside, but inside there is a very soft space for people to go along with. And these are some other sections. But after that time, because in the model A and model B, there are too many void space. Maybe they are very narrow for people to go. So I cut some spaces and created the model C. I made it with concrete to show the atmosphere as much as I can. And you can see it. And in the model D, I added some stages for people to dance, to sing, or do whatever they want. These are all the model pictures. And this model is to show the different stages on the model. And this is the corridor. This is to show the set connections between different stages. And these are the final plans of my project and the section of it. And I also make some flattened cut analysis to show the space and the section cut analysis. And this is to show the all the stages in my project. That's all. Thank you for your listening. And I really appreciate all the efforts you have made, especially Ms. Zhang, Mr. Bu, and Chris. You've taught me a lot in this studio, and we have overcome so much difficulties in this COVID-19 period. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Beautiful work. I will have to say, you know, the analysis it's okay. And then when we move on to the architecture syntax, the section is very powerful and the model is amazing. But like when you go to the rendering is a little bit too, I don't know, it doesn't show the power in your section. And also the program that you define is quite interesting, you know, one person theater, and you have different relation between the spectator and the spectacle. So what we would expect is you push a little bit more on that. What is the difference in typology between the spectator and the spectacle for the one person theater? Because it's a very special program that you create. And I would say, you know, continue on doing models. The model is amazing. It has the power beyond rendering or like, I don't know, simple drawing. The section is pretty good too. That's what I would like to offer. Let's see.
Yeah, this student has I agree with the rendering is less powerful than the model and the drawings, but you know it's a good step to give audience a quick glance of what's this building doing in the environment, and then the more powerful gifts are given to the audience at the end. I think the step is okay, and really I think the students. The analysis is kind of straightforward, but she definitely gave a very good balance of work between the study and the final comparison of different types, and then give it a powerful strength to the model and the section and the drawings. I think that's a kind of very well balanced. One little thing is that I think in the model the people scale a bit bigger, too big to make the space smaller than the renderings. So I think really the choice of the people. Okay.
Okay. Do we have any other comments? Other professors? Professor Gersten, we would like to listen to you. Oh, you need to turn on your mic. It's off now.
No, I wanted to say what I was going to calculate. Is it possible to scroll up to the very beginning, the first image? Yeah.
First image. Let's go to the first image, page 1.
I think it was right. Yeah, and then there was a film that you started but didn't show. Anyway, the point is. The harp. I don't know. No, it's okay. You don't
the
have
harp. It's the harpsichord.
There's a very powerful, I think a very powerful resonance between the entanglement of the harp, meaning you sit with a harp and you're fully entangled in an embodied way with it. One of the things when I was talking earlier about that we are a body and we have a body, one of the remarkable things about that condition, and musical instruments really speak directly to it, is you can't speak your way into playing the harp or the flute. You can't talk. We can talk about harps for 3 years. We could probably even go build a harp in the shop if we were really good. It'd take us like 2 years to figure out how to do that, right? But we wouldn't expect to go and sit with that harp and do anything with it by talking about it or even making one, because there's a particular embodied entanglement that is playing an instrument. And so so that brings up a really important question, both for life and for architecture, which is, we can't talk our way into playing the harp because our body has to know how to play the harp, right? Meaning our elbow, our wrist, our shoulders, our breathing, our ears. There's a conversation that's occurring between the body, the harp, and the sound that we are navigating, right? We're navigating this very complex conversation. And so it brings up a question I like to formulate very simply, which is, we have to embody that, the harp. So the question is, where do we know how to play the harp? Meaning, where's the knowledge? It's not so obvious that it's just in our brain, because, as I said, we can't speak our way into playing the harp. We have to embody the knowledge of playing the harp. So where do we know how to play the harp? And I'm going to make a flip with that sentence. The where in that sentence, of course, partially means our body, right? Our elbow, our wrist, like the violin or the flute, right? And they're slightly different. Where we know how to play the flute is different than where we know how to play the harp. Different than where do we know calculus? Where do we know calculus? So, to keep it short, that where is also the space we're in. The where is the body, but it's also the where of the room we're in, the architecture, meaning there's a different conversation between the body and its environment if we're playing a harp, if we're in a music studio, or if where do we know soccer? Right? The soccer field is a completely different spatial where, as is, let's say, a chemistry lab, which is setting up different kinds of embodied experiences. Okay, so all this is to say the harp, in my mind, is a beautiful expression of that whole discourse, because there's a physical entanglement with the harp. And I feel like the idea of bringing that to a theater, and if I understood right, the programmatic invention being the theater of one, I think that's yet again a beautiful programmatic capture, programmatic grasp of the entanglement, of the particular entanglement of the harp. All right, and that's the deep stuff. I mean, that's when we get to the deep stuff, when there's a poetic imagination that is resonating between the programmatic invention and the particular area that you're researching, in this case, the harp. So thank you.
Yes, but yeah, as we open up this question in the studio, I found that, with the help of the students, work, I found out that it's a very architectural question. It relates to the body. It relates to the space, the discrepancy between the body and the space. So, and especially the harp, you need to, like you say, you need to use your full body to play, and your heart, your metaphysical being and your psychological being and your physical being. It's very special all together to play this music, the delivery of the instrument. Anybody else?
Yeah, maybe I would like to say something.
Okay,
Yeah.
Beautiful. Yes.
So first of all, thanks very much for I'm able to attend this because I'm learning a lot, and the work is amazing. I'm really impressed by the analysis and everything, and the quality of the work and everything. And about this specific project, what I find really interesting is that this building is thought to be in both sides, both in Kassel and in China. And I found this is a very interesting, because the first project was different in these two sides, but this one is thought to be in both sides, and I found it really interesting. And I also find, I think it works in this sense in both sides, because I also find very interesting this idea that the inside has very different stages. So also situation where the artist himself or herself can decide how to leave the space inside, what stage to use, what connection to have, what has the outside, both in Kassel and in China. And it's really interesting, this analysis and these different situations created inside this building. And I'm just really amazed by all the work and all the projects so far.
Yeah, what we want to challenge in this project is to have the creative inhabitation. So, you know, the whole project is for creating inspiration for the whole development or for the city. So as somebody is inside, they need to be themselves. They need to find themselves through understanding of the context, the surrounding, the city. That's why we are asking a series of questions and with open answer. And with this critique, like anybody can jump in at any time. We hope it's a discussion. So any students who find something interesting can talk about it, and we need to have a conversation.
I think this student is a bit,
Anybody else?
A bit mature, because she tries to involve everything. I mean, from study analysis, to the body, to the space, and also the audience, the relationship between audience and the performers, and also the environment. So it's a bit heavy for 8 weeks semester, but definitely I think I really encourage the ambition keep going on in the rest of your career. Okay.
Yeah, I would encourage the student to listen more to your work, to listen more to what your drawing and your model has to speak to you, the message, the drawing is trying to deliver to you, and then be a little bit slower when you go into architecture. Right now it's a little bit too fast, and so it looks like, homogeneous. It could be
the
any
student
side.
seems has a very strong image about her, the architecture of herself. So I think it's a good sign, in the time of current the transition of architecture in China. So I think the student is very quiet, but have a big ambition. I think it's a good sign. Pretty good.
Okay, perfect. Let's move on to the next student.
Hello.
Hello， 就是如果
Professor.
那个声音放不出来，就是各位同学也可以就比方说手机里打开那个音频或者视频，然后让那个就让电脑的麦克风拾取出来也可以啊，大家可以先试一下，那个电脑直接放不行，就是用个手机播一播也可以。OK。
I will analyze and report on the ancient Chinese musical instrument erhu. Erhu is, first of all, let me play a piece of erhu music.
可能需要手机放一下，没有声音进来。
这样能听到吗？
可以，有一点点。
你们可以用手机放会好一些吗？现在好像听得断断续续的。
就是各位同学可能自己把自己的视频啊，在手机上都先准备好，就是真的有可能手机放出来还好一点。就现在听起来有一点像很微弱的声音啊，
我不知道它的那个话筒在哪，我就先这样。这样能听清吗？
声音好一点了，但是还是很小。可以，现在能听清一点。
好了。
对，可以听清，这个是没有问题的。OK。
OK， 我播放一下。Next, I will briefly introduce the history types, the denomination, principle, and music style of erhu. This report consists of 5 aspects: erhu analysis, track analysis, concept analysis, base analysis, and the program introduction. The first 2 pictures are the 1-1 elevation and the section of erhu. I have a clear understanding of the scale of erhu in the process of drawing. It has a total length of 81 centimeter and a diameter of about 1.83 centimeter. Because the front end and the rear end of the ball are different in size, the ball itself has a slightly inclined angle. In the manufacture process, this step is realized by grinding the skin. The third picture shows the mathematical proportional regime contained in the erhu body. In the first figure, we depicted the curvature of each part of the piano head by using a circle. The curve is composed of a continuous circle with a radius of 218 millimeters. The radius ratio between them is 1:4. And then I will introduce the vocal principle of erhu. The sound source generated by the ball and string is periodic. When the ball moves in direction, it can produce continuous notes. The figure shows a complete motion circle of the string under the ball moving in one direction. When the ball moves at a constant speed when caught by the ball hair and then quickly returns to the rest position until caught by the ball hair again. The figure shows the change of the finger position of the introduction of play the 秦腔主题随想曲 corresponding to each note. The phatic symbol is on the figure beat map, and the inner and outer string are distinguished. Different symbols are also used to distinguishing the pressing of different fingers corresponding to different notes, finger position, inner and outer string, and fingers.
These different elements together constitute a complete change diagram, which shows the sense of time and space of the introduction of the music. This picture shows the Qinjiang 主题曲 and the recent time in the first section to make a sense of time and space in space most three-dimensional and varied. The z-axis expresses the finger position, the x-axis expresses the note recent time, and the y-axis expresses the length of the bow. The bow length and finger position are jointly connected into triangles of different shapes. These triangles change and arrange horizontally in the transverse x-axis direction, realizing the varial change of music in the dimension of time and space. The third part, I will analyze the concept. By analyzing the structure of erhu and the acoustic principle behind it, the sound of erhu depends on the coordination of bow and chord. Playing a complete erhu music is inspired from the continuous beating and the detour of two hands in the horizontal and vertical space at the same time. The subject gives two different regions: the natural landscape beside the Kassel River in Germany and the trestle on the blue coast of Qinhuangdao. Water body is closely related to people in both sides and has long been an ancient ecological collective resource for people's survival. Both river and seawater have two dimensions of extension in time and space, which is similar to the same of time and space of erhu. This is concept model. The architecture language is extracted and translated into three-dimensional architecture construction to provide people with a meditation space on water resources. The first part will analyze Kassel and Qinhuangdao sites. First is Kassel base model. Kassel River is 218 kilometers long. As a collective resource inspired from human beings, water pollution urgently needs to be concerned and solved. Then it focuses on water-related places along the Fulda River and water-related activities abstract their own architectural language. Here shows the historic changes of Fulda River, and then is some places related water, just like bathroom museum or Fulda Siegfried Museum. Here is in Fulda River human activities like rowing or motorboat or sailing, swimming. Here are also Fulda River analysis. It's about urban context and Fulda River and places with water. Here the some riverside parks and routes. I write. Here are some effects, and then I abstract the 个then is Qinhuangdao base model. Qinhuangdao is the analyzed idea of Qinhuangdao base is the same as a coastal city. Qinhuangdao has a coastline of 162.7 kilometers. There have been some problems such as the occupation of coastline by coastal development, the destruction of coastal landscape and ecological functions, the pollution of marine environment, the occupation of public sea space, and so on. Seawater pollution is also a problem worth thinking about. Here are some blue coastline analysis is urban context and seaside resorts, routes, line, abstract. Then I analyze the water-related places along the blue coast and water-related activities, abstract their own architectural language. Finally, it is some here water-related sites beside the blue coastline. Finally, it summarizes the architectural language based on Erhu. The architectural language of Erhu is expressed by depicting the space extending in the linear and vertical directions of the curved surface, as well as the sensory space imitating the water body. The visual part will be reflected in the depiction of light and shadow, such as the water vapor reflect on the wall. The part emphasizing smell will enhance the sensory experience by simulating the smell of seawater, river water, and polluted water through the spray device. The part emphasizing touch will be reflected by placing water flows in different forms, which can be controlled mechanically, which may be fast and cold rivers, warm and rolling waves, or calm water surfaces. The scenes of here can be reflected by the sound of different water flows, and finally the sound of water flows in the respective natural environment of the two regions. Here is the moment mode of water can become the starting point of architectural spatial distribution, and the form of water can become the aesthetic embodiment of architectural design, making the better integration of space and water body. After that, I will outline the specific plans of the two sites. First is program 1 of Kassel River Bank. According to the previous analysis, the basic triangle plane is determined, in which there are changes in horizontal and vertical directions in space. In order to have a deeper connection with the water elements, the building is suspended on the river bank. The space extending in both linear and vertical directions of the surface depicts the Kassel River meditation sequence space. The space consists of 3 links. The first link is the Fulda River in the past, which has less human activities, emphasize emphasize nature and its rich in river species resources. The second link is the current Fulda River. Many cities are gradually under construction on both sides on the riverbank. People live closely with the river and carry out water sports on the river. The third link is that if we do not pay attention to environmental protection in the future, the species of polluted Fulda River will be greatly reduced. The river emits smell and human beings refuse to carry out water sports through the negative immersive space construction. The audience can feel the historical changes of the Fulda River and achieve the purpose of meditation so as to trigger the audience thinking about the relationship between people and water. Here are the plans. The plans are cut out every 500 millimeters in height. It hoped that when the river passes through, it can create a different water space for the space. Next, I will show the elevation from the east and the west. Then the north elevation it is the rendings. It's models. Here I will next. Let's take a look at the program 2 of Qinhuangdao Blue Coastal Crystal. The whole adopts the same architectural form as Kassel. The difference is that the whole building is upside down on the sea. Considering that the integrity of the sea skyline will not be damaged, put the building space below the sea surface. The concave convex plane is placed above the sea surface so that people who can't swim can also interact with the sea on the sea surface. It's the profile. And then this program's plan and the elevation and the rendings and models. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's an amazing amount of work. Let's hear from the critics. Anybody want to start? Chris, you want to start?
Sorry, you have to unmute. Yeah, could you please go back to the first slides? To the music part, maybe?
第一章，对，音乐的那部分。
这个吗？
Well, I have to admit, from my visits to China, this is probably the instrument which is most pregnant to me. It's kind of impressive how much nice music you get out of this tiny and very elegant instrument. And so I think you did an incredible great job in terms of analyzing. And I also appreciate a lot the drawings that you did since the beginning of the semester when you analyzed the instrument. And the translation into the issue of water and the treatment of water, and to understand the importance of clean and fresh water. We spoke a lot about this. So I think it's really the direction that you took during the second half of the semester was very interesting. And I think this has another incredible, interesting deepness also when we see it with other projects of your semester with your colleagues. So I really appreciate that you deal very close to the River Fulda and also the sea in China. And I think it's a very strong and solid work. The only point of critique, and I guess this has something to do, of course, with Corona and all of these things you had to deal with, is that you lost a little bit the quality of presentation. So I guess I kind of like the renderings and the way you show it, and sometimes you combine the renderings with a hand drawing. But I guess to be a little bit more consistent in this point would make the project even stronger. But overall, I think it's a very good and strong work that you presented.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Should we listen to our Professor Gersten?
You know, what struck me early on in the beginning, and then I was very happy to see that that it unfolded that way. I can sense your precision, and there's a very beautiful leap to me. The 1.83 centimeter long Erhu and the 218 kilometer long river, and the fact that you're paying attention. I heard that and I was like, it's so fascinating that she's observing that closely. And then, of course, what I understood as the project unfolded, I think is yet again, another great lesson for architects, is there's an idea that the geography itself, the geography can be understood at the level of precision of music. Meaning, in my mind, what I absorbed is the idea that the river is is that instrument, the entire river, and I think the reason that that's such a crucial mingling, meaning different than others, right? We saw minglings of the harp into a program, and here it's really the idea that. Ecologia, it exceeds our language, honestly. Some of the great crises of our time come from the fact that we don't recognize that we believe we name something and then that's what it is. I do a whole project around two words. What is ecologia? The other is economia. Ecologia, economia, ecology, economy. And I work with the echo part and then open up the difference between logi and nomi, which is, I won't do it now, it takes an hour. But what I'm hinting at though, is that part of I do work with the United Nations, and I work on the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 SDGs. Part of the work I do there is, one of the things I bring to that work, let's say, is the idea that the crises, the SDGs are outlining significant crises. I work with UNICEF on infant mortality as an example. So the crises could be recognized as crises of comprehension. Point being, to keep it extremely succinct here, part of that has to do with the fact that we mistake our language, what we have named, for the things and interactions themselves. The interactions of the geography, the interactions, let's say, that are leading to climate crisis, as one example, far exceed our language. And if we continue to interact with them as if they fit into our nomia, our economia, or our naming of parts, we will not comprehend them. And so this is to say, I yet again see an embedded proposition that what if the river can be listened to like an erhu? What if it isn't? What if we can stop thinking of it just as a resource that we can extract for all it's worth for our own economia? And what if we could understand that it has an inward speech? You know, I'll end with this because I'm rambling too long, but I'll give you one little hint of an enigma that a way I always express this to my students. You know, you're in the woods, you're in the geography, and you see a bear. A bear in the woods. You say, oh my God, there's a bear. And it's kind of amazing because that's not a bear. That's absurd. We've named it that. It's a living organism that's part of a living system of the microclimate of the Earth in the solar system. And we put this fabric of language on it, like its fur is now the word bear. You know, we see it, we say, look at a bear. And it's because the name has mingled with the fur. And it's very, very challenging to see the bear and the bear, right? The bear and the bear. And this, of course, is the same with a tree or a river. And so my point is, I think there's a fundamental, I would even argue, social, political, architectural act in saying, I'm going to relate to the river as an instrument that we can pay attention to, and with the same delicacy that we do the instrument. And you know, the last thing I got to say, I tell you, man, DOCUMENTA is lucky. You know, I mean that. If you know, a lot of times people think, oh, it's so nice, we get to be in a big famous thing. But you know what? For those museums and publications and all cultural production, it needs authentic work. Otherwise, it dries up on the vine, like a lot of them have, to be honest. You know what I mean? Like it wilts. And they are lucky, and the architectural culture of architecture is lucky that they will be able to have these works. I want you to know that. It's not that you guys are lucking out because you get to be in DOCUMENTA. DOCUMENTA is very, very lucky that they will be able to share visions of this depth. I really mean that. And I know a lot of museums, believe me.
Oh, wow, thank you.
Thank
And
Thank you.
actually, there's another semester of students waiting for another critic. I think in two weeks. Also, their work is around DOCUMENTA 15, literally.
Yeah. Yes. Well, I think thank you for the great comment about geography and music and how, you know, the relationship between geography and music. And I think this student, she captured very precisely the characteristic of the sound of erhu, the sound that the instrument makes. It's very, I don't know, very long and very lasting, and it's never end. In analogy, it's very similar to a river. And I think that's why she chose the site. And it might happen in her intuition, but it's very precise. It's precise in a poetic way. So I would want to say that she can push a little bit more on the architecture syntax that she discovered and how to use the syntax to actually, draw the architecture drawing. That's what she needs to work on. Okay, anybody else want to make comments? Any other critics? If not, let's move on to the next student.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Jiang Han. It's really my honor to share my design achievement to you. And the project I did was the Memorial Hall of the survivors in World War II. And I named it Bold History. My presentation will be divided into 6 parts. So let's begin with a video. Can you hear that? Oh, okay, so this is Qinhuangdao, and the Qinhuangdao is my research object. It's a bit like a Western harp, since Qinhuangdao's structure is complex. So I divided it into various parts and then selected some components for further study. First of all, since the head frame of Qinhuangdao involved from the ball, so I tried to find the geometric relationship between them. And then I draw this section to understand the principle of sound transmission. When you pluck the strings, the vibration will transmit it to the bridge and then to the inside of the cavity to make sound. And then I studied the geometry of bridge. Then I came up with an idea, is that how to achieve sound visualization in the box. And with the help of teachers, I found 2 methods, the analog research and the digital research. You can think of it as calculus, 微积分. The analog is a continuous signal and the digital is the discrete value of analog. And with this simple understanding, I started the direction of digital research. First of all, I draw some sections. I trying to express that under the same frequency, different plane positions will change the sound waves. And then I overlapped them to observe. And here are some transverse sections. They show how the sound waves change when the frequency changes. And this diagram explores the relationship between strings and sound waves. This data above were obtained from some papers about the vibration characteristics of harp and violin. Then I overlapped these images. As you can see, as the frequency changes, the sound wave changes with it. And then formed such a streamlined space. And I also do another attempts. I hope to find the construction method from different aspects. But in this way, I found it cannot will express the small shape of Qinhuangdao, so I didn't go on. So I made this model after exposing the essence of Qinhuangdao and did some detailed spaces. I draw some plans, the elevations and container sections to express the possible architectural space forms. Next, I started the second direction, analog research. I selected Qinhuangdao's famous song, Mountain Stream, and exported the sound trick. But I immediately find that it was similar to the shape that produced by other instruments. So I tried to combine it with Qinhuangdao's 36 strings. I choose a 40-second segment of another song called Moonlit Night on the Spring River. The axis means time, and each line represents a different strings of Qinhuangdao. And this point represents the playing position, and the distance means the density of the rhythm. In this way, I think these lines can express the analog relationship of Qinhuangdao, maybe. The following is the site analysis. I did some diagrams of Kassel city scaled and project scaled, and the site area is located in the central district of Kassel, and the whole core city presents radiating posture. And when I studied the history of Kassel, I found a special historical events. During the World War II, Kassel is the center of German tank manufacturing. It suffered serious air attack. As we can say, only few buildings remained. But after the war, instead of repairing the destroyed buildings, the government chose to demolish them all and rebuild a new one. And then I found that some debris of these buildings are buried under this line. It means that this line exists just above history. I think the site itself is a moving story, so I decided to use it as my design site. This is how it related to the whole city. And there are buildings remaining around the site. This is my site. I call them World War II survivor. I named it. Well, the town east of the river is entirely new. I want to make a memorial hall for the survivors to commemorate this history. And next is the design part. I start my work with the site, the original grade, selected a single system. And according to the map in 1866, I joined an access system near the city center, this line, and then overlaid the old and new grade to form a double system. Then I added this new elements, these lines and point to the grade. The lines are turned into retaining walls to guide people, and the points are used as wall. I try to exposing the underground building debris in order to make the pedestrian could have a value communication with them. This is the general layout. In this plan, when you enter from this entrance, you will enter 8 meditation houses, which guide your eyes to different urban areas. Starting from the Unit 1, it faces the William Gaudi Park. And then Unit 2 is to the Kassel Museum, and 3 is the Orator. They are all precious buildings preserved from World War II. And then you will pass through the DOCUMENTA hall, and finally, in this 6, 8, 9, 6, 7, 8, you will see the new town to the east and south. I try to reorganize this meaningful part of the city and divided them into layers and layers. All of the meditation houses can be divided into 3 types. First is the unit with common space. Second are placed along the retaining walls, and the third is placed perpendicular to the retaining walls. And here is an exploded diagram of these 8 meditation houses. Finally, I organized this plan. And this is a comparison of the original site section and my design. And this is the southeast elevation. As you can see, I have always doing the layers, no matter in analog research or digital research. And there are some rendering of my design here. Finally, I want to see also the war weakened Kassel's self-confidence for decades, but it also brought wonderful contradictions to Kassel. Kassel became an art that consists of destroyed history, harm, and hope. So I made this memorial hall to remind people that the war brought not only harm, but also an interesting story of Kassel's construction. And here are the references in my study. That's my entire research and design process. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, beautiful work. Beautiful, I have to say, she got very beautiful drawings from the beginning, and like for the architecture project, she has really nice hand drawings. And her project is about constructing this memorial landscape that use architecture to measure against history and measure against the the topography. I think it's a very, like Professor Gersten was saying, it's a deep question that you can keep asking, or we can keep asking ourselves in the journey of architecture. So we will leave to the critics to make comments. Who wants to go first? Anybody?
I make a very short comment. It's really great and beautiful. Congratulations. I will pass on.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Professor Gersten, we need to listen to you. Please turn on your mic. Everything you say is very valuable to us. We need to hear every bit.
No, I just said that I completely agree. I think it's very beautiful, very powerful.
It's very beautiful. Yes.
Absolutely beautiful. And what really moves me is, in this case, there's a, the scale of the city is in space and time.
Yes.
Right? And I think that this is what
space and time.
Yeah. That it's a layer, there's and what's interesting, and the one I really mean, I'm talking about the layering of memory and the conscious, conscience of a city. But it's interesting because in terms of scale, there was a hint in one of the early drawings where she was noting how far something is by the distance in time of walking, like 5-minute walk or 10-minute walk or what it is. And, that's a little detail maybe, but it's important because it's even in that very seemingly pragmatic thing, like this is how far you can walk in 5 minutes. It's linking space and time in terms of the geography of the city, meaning, and this is what happened in the last 75 years. Right? You see, meaning once you can connect the spatial geography and the temporal geography of a city, then you can actually start to invent the programs of memory and remembering and memorial. And that's, again, a beautiful understanding of scale from music, because the scale in music is, of course, temporal. It's a temporal scale. And this is why some of the musicians I was talking about before really do link it, these questions, to our solar system, because time and the solar system are completely implicated, right? And I know, of course, you could say the seasons, etc., but or night and day, all of it. Our sensation, time is the sensation of time, and our sensation of time emerges within our solar system. So the scales in music, and what I think is the epiphany here, is that scalar question in time and space is a way to understand our social political histories. And so the last thing I want to say is I'm going to try to find it and share with you, my dear friend and mentor, John Haydock, who was an important architect, to put it mildly. And I was a lucky duck. I was his associate dean when I was really very young. I was, and I had a crazy,
very lucky.
Yeah, crazy lucky duck. But so John did a project in Berlin. He did many projects all over the world, but he did one in Berlin called Victims that I want you to look at. And there's some resonance with this, or at least some of the questions. Victims was cited in the center of Berlin in what was during the war a torture chamber for the Gestapo. It had been an art school. The site had been an art school, and it was that. And then so John did a project called Victims that remembers. It's a geography. It's a site geography that is. It's a kind of a score, you could say, of a series of different pieces that is about the forms of terror being reformed, right? It's a life reformation project. Anyway, and I've done a number of lectures on this project around the world. I did one, I don't know, sometime in the last 6 months. There's a place in Shanghai called the Power Station of Art.
Yes.
Yeah, they had a big exhibition of John's work, a really good one.
Right.
I think it's down now, but I can't remember if it is or not. Anyway, they invited me to do a talk, and I did a talk. I can send you a link to it. And I'm pretty sure I spent a good amount of time on Victims. So I'll send you a link to that. I also did a talk called Haydock, Hamlet, and the Ghost Promise, which you can find online, and that is a deep one on victims. There's a lot on victims in that talk. So anyway, at least to the student who did this project, it'd be great if you could see those talks.
Yes, we will share it to the students.
Great. Fantastic work.
Yes, beautiful work.
I think the hello. I think the student, she has a very powerful strength to pull all this factor together. That's especially in the part of Kassel analysis. She tried very hard to use the existing the syntax that he drew from the instrument, and then she didn't jump into the form, and she did it really calmly, like go back to the urban analysis, and also the core idea of the memorial system on the landscape. I think it is really. Let me just mute the newcomer. I think really that require a lot of energy. Again, congratulations to the students. Okay.
Okay. Do we have any other comments? If not, let's move on to the next students. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we are a bit behind the schedule. We have now we have 5, but we have 6 left.
It's a common situation, a common condition in architecture.
Yes. Yes,
Beautiful work.
they're
And
quite
just-
fast. You know, roughly it's 20 to 30 minutes. I think right now I think the speed is around half an hour per student.
Okay, we will have the rest of the students speed up a little bit. Thank you.
I just want to say I'm still here. I'm just going to turn off my screen for a minute or two, but I'm not going anywhere.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, can you hear me?
Yes, go
No
ahead.
problem, no
Very good.
problem.
Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Ji Shuo. Welcome to my presentation on architectural poetry behind Chinese traditional instruments. An overview of today's presentation. First, I'm going to talk about analysis of classical music instruments, the Chinese zither, which is also called guzheng in Chinese. Next, I will conduct site analysis in Kassel, Germany, and Qinhuangdao, China. Then I will introduce the architectural design I did in the two cities respectively. First of all, I captured a video of guzheng performance. The music is called High Mountain and Flowing Water. My first task was to analyze the shape and the structure of guzheng, and then I analyzed the rhythm in the music score. These three are translations of the famous song, High Mountains and Flowing Water. There are two parts in this score, including mountain and water, and I choose the last part. I finally selected the last drawing from the three as my architectural prototype. This is the last drawing. These large circles are fixed notes in the score, while the small circles are not fixed and played according to the player's custom. The position of the right circle corresponds to the string of the left zither. In my opinion, the similarity between music and architecture is that they both emphasize the aesthetic feeling arising from repetition. In the process of translating the music, I translated the architectural design 3 times according to the time and space abstracted from the musical instrument. But none of them satisfy me. I will explain my fourth translation in the later part of architectural design. Moving to next section, site analysis. This page shows the landmarks of Kassel, which have a long history. The block dot in the middle is my site, which is by the river. The picture shows the line of sight analysis of surrounding landmarks in my base. Next is the model. Like Kassel, I also made a line of street analysis of landmarks and landscapes in Qinhuangdao. My base is on the pier. However, unlike Kassel, Qinhuangdao is a large city with many tall buildings, so some important urban landscapes cannot be seen. This page is the landscape that can be seen, and these are not, such as Shanhaiguan, Stone Mountain, etc. That are related to the Qin dynasty, which was more than 2,000 years ago. In view of this difference, my architecture design in the two cities will be different. It's a superposition of what you can see and what you can't see. These two pictures are models of Qinhuangdao. Then I will begin with architecture design. I made a set of watchtowers by the river in Kassel. It's just like the score I drew in the upper right corner. It's the accent in the woods and has the same repetitive beauty as music. This building was specially designed to preserve and evoke the historical memories and emotions of Kassel's residents. So each single building is oriented towards a different historical site to give people a focal point for meditation. Some spaces are designed to get the eye and allow the eye and thought to settle on a perceptible theme or image. Next are the technical drawings, models, and renderings. The site plan, first floor plan, two-layer plan, section. The section is from east to west, showing the section of almost every single building. This is a cement model of a single building overlooking the mountain. They are laser engraving models of each watching tower unit. The diagram next to it shows where each unit is located. This is a rendering of the building seen from across the river. This is a night scene. Unlike Kassel, part of urban landscapes in Qinhuangdao is invisible because of the block of building. You can see that in my picture. The visible line of site analysis is represented by a solid line, and the invisible is represented by a dashed line. Building A and G can directly see the landscape, while B, D, and F can't see them directly. For the invisible urban landscape, I still keep the viewfinder frame in the direction of the line of sight, behind which is the introduction and display of the landscape, which is a small exhibition hub. So it's a little bit more enclosed than Kassel's design. Because it's on the sea, I also hope that residents or visitors can interact with the ocean. In the building C and E, people can reach below sea level, where residents can escape from work, household chores, etc., and step into a new world that changes perception and stimulates the soul. Technical drawings, models, and renderings are displayed next. The negative layer plane, first floor, two-story, section, and elevation. The models. As you can see from the picture on the left, people enter the bottom floor from the spiral staircase where they can see the sea life, ripple of water reflected off the wall. As to the renderings, this is the view from the pier, and the next view is from the source. That's all about today's presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your work. What we were expecting from last semester, I think you're a little bit, you did more than our expectation. Before the break, when we saw the project, we're like, there's some missing link from the analysis to the architecture, but you take the time, you really took the time to, to define the project better and to have a more solid architectural syntax for the project. So thank you. Anybody else want to say something? Any other critiques? Silent, do you want to say something? Silent, say something.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello, hi. So yeah, so I find it interesting when you know, the sort of abstraction from the musical instrument is applied to site, and then I'm just wondering whether there should be more freedom when you look at this as a spatial and physical object, and whether you have a little bit more freedom to kind of deconstruct whatever you abstracted from the musical instrument, and then, you know, so you can recompose them differently in the two sites. It'll be interesting to see like where this can continue to grow, right? Although the origin is from the same musical instrument. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, but yeah, that's, I can see how it's being developed, but I kind of want to see that it's morphing a little bit more because of the reading of the site, the different site conditions. Yeah.
Right. So you expect her to push a little bit more on decontextualization of her architecture language, right?
Yeah, and you know, like take it as an opportunity to morph it like a little bit more, yeah, a little bit more free, you know, when
yes,
can
to see how far
yes
can the language go.
Exactly. So that's what I mean, so far all the projects are like kind of interesting, and I don't know, but maybe if they have a bit more time, then all of them would be, you know, they will
COVID
continue. Exactly. So that's what I enjoy so far, and I think yeah, all of them did quite well in, you know, the abstraction from the space of sound to the physical spatial space. Yeah, that's interesting to me. Yeah.
What about Professor Zhang Xinan? Do you want to say something or no?
Okay, so actually I quite question this result. I mean, in this project. In the former several project, I think the transition of instrument and the prototype and the final design is okay, because no matter how the prototype developed, but the sequence, I mean the spatial sequence of experiments, it almost equals to the former or the basic analysis of our study. But in this one, I'm, how to say, I think it's okay several times, but how to make the sense of the spatial experience, I mean the sequence, response to the basic of the original study is a question. Okay, Yuan?
Yeah. The spatial sequence and the musical sequence is what we were asking from the beginning, to have them think about the analogy and inspiration.
So in this studio, the value is that in the very beginning, the students are asked to analyze the diagram of mathematics of instrument. So in that way, the harmony sequence of music can be found in the diagram.
Right, the duration.
And finally,
the rhythm.
You translate or translate, or how to say, transform it into prototype, into diagram, no matter in which dimension. And finally, by the operation leaded by that diagram or prototype, the architecture can be formed, but not be designed.
Right. Yeah, perfect. What about Professor Gersten? We would like to listen to you, hear from you. You need to turn on the mic. It's
I
silent.
it's funny. I've been doing this for like 2 years now, and I usually don't make that mistake. I guess I'm too deep in the
Okay.
work.
Yes, we have a
Anyway.
very beautiful work here.
No, I think it brings up a really fascinating question for architecture, which I mean, it's like an enigma, which is improvisation, in the sense that I think what I understood that she was catching beautiful drawings of the instrument, and the idea that some of the notes were fixed and some weren't, right? And there's a deep, long history. I mean, you could actually go back thousands of years, but around an idea of musicians called structured improvisation, which is it is improvisational, but there's a structure or a framework that's being used between the players. And it's fascinating because it's done very differently in very different cultures. I mean, in Western music, there's jazz has a long history of structured improv, but in Yoruba culture, in Nigeria, there's a very different relationship to it that comes out of polytheism. But the point is the so-called structure can be very, very different. And the real issue is, how do you then improv and create a conversation in the present tense with the other musicians through the structure? Now, in architecture, that presents a really fascinating enigma, which I think is what she is trying to ask. Because on the one hand, we can say, okay, in what's called architectural ideation, meaning in the creation of architecture, drawing, models, etc., we could work with those ideas. We could work with structured improv. And I think it's always important to it somewhere, to allow a kind of improvisational action in the creation of art. And then there's the other question, which is in terms of the inhabitation itself of a site, of a building, like, and I think, there's I'm going to say one more thing about structured improv. A very dear friend named Terry Riley, who's a great musician of the 20th century, did a seminal work called In C. The name of the piece is, in quotes, In C. And the drawings in this project reminded me of it, because Terry basically put out 54 little music nodals, right? They're like nodes. And In C can be played really by any number of musicians. It could be like, 3, it's it's a structure for improvisation. Could be 3, could be 300. And it can be played for very different amounts of time. It could be, I think the shortest is maybe like 22 minutes, and it can go on for like 6 hours, because the piece is the interaction of the different modules and how the musicians formulate that interaction. So I did a work with Michael Harrison, the composer, with Terry's In C in a museum. That was a spatialization of it. I mean, they were doing music. Michael was teaching music, but it was about, so how we moved spatially in the room was also a kind of In C. We were doing this different modules of physical movement in relation to all these paintings up at the RISD Museum. Okay, so I just wanted to share that to say, when she gets to the towers, in drawing, we can talk about improv, but now that's a different thing. That's the where question, right? Now it's the site could potentially be an improv itself relative to vision, relative to movement, relative to what, so the potential, those towers become the structure or the framework for improvisation. Right, for a kind of structured improvisational inhabitation of the site. So I think it's a pretty profound link between music and architecture in a way that goes further than the instrument itself, right? It gets into a much larger geographies of the two disciplines. How does the discipline of music and the discipline of architecture create a conversation? You know. So thank you.
Yes, yes, beautiful. About the proposition.
By the way, the project we did was called with Michael and Terry up at the RISD Museum. It was called, you know, the Galapagos archipelago, the island with, you know, where Darwin, evolution, all that.
Yes, yes.
So the project was called Galapagos in Sea.
Wow.
Terry's piece. There's a film of it online. You can find it. Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, we need to check it out. Would he come with Mr. Michael Harrison?
You know, I'm asking him. I'm gonna see. He literally just responded. So let
Wake
me.
up. Oh, very good. Who else wants to make a comment, or should we move on to the next?
Actually, I like it very much, and I actually just in minutes I sent the images of Ji Shuo's presentation to the real client in Qinhuangdao, and he likes a lot. He liked it a lot. And he wants to build it. He wants to build it. A big congratulations to students. You know, this client want to build it. I mean, personally, I think it's really a very delightful way that students develop the syntax from the music instruments, and then also congratulations on the, you know, a true uniqueness of new language of space or light architecture or sculpture. I mean, look at this. This is very unique. I believe this one is, you know, also we can see a lot of potential of the materiality on it. You know, it could be concrete, it could be brick. The students actually develop a little system of their own, her own universe. You know, I like it a lot. Also, it works. It seems to have a very strong ego of itself. You know, it could be here, it could be there. So I think it's a big success in terms of development of the syntax. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the next students. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Zhang Shang, and I'll start from my project of vertical bamboo flute. Firstly, the music playing. Since the previous student have played one, so I'll do quickly one about this. Hear me?
对，听不见，听不见。
这个呢？也听不见。
也听不见。
那我外放。老师，那我外放一下吧。
Okay, this is the first introduction of the music, which is called Three Movements of the Plum Blossom, and which is later shown in my hand drawing. And I'll start from these four sections: study on the mechanism of vertical bamboo flute and defining architecture syntax, and then the site and my project. And through the study on the mechanism of vertical bamboo flute, I focus more on the techniques of sound performance and playing techniques structure. And here, this hand drawing shows the front elevation, back elevation, and section of the 6-hole vertical bamboo flute. And the cross-section view of each sound hole position highlights the position of the sound hole in performance. And this treatment is related to its mechanism. And in terms of the playing technique structure, I focus more on these like tone playing. For example, glide tone, iterative tone, and vibrato. Glide tone means quickly blow out another note before blowing one note, but not fully. That is, quickly translate to the tonic sound. And iterative tone means the fingers quickly open and close once at the same sound hole. And vibrato means rapidly opening and closing the same sound hole for many times so that the sound fluctuates rapidly between adjacent sound ranges and changes. And here the hand drawing shows the change trend of the air in the tube. And the drawing records the changing trend of air with music playing, which is an abstraction of the changing shape of air in the tube. All 6 holes of the pipe are pressed down to blow air from the mouth of the pipe. And for each sound, some sound holes on the pipe need to be opened and partially need to be closed so that the air column in the pipe can exchange with the outside air. And this one shows the transforms from the music score from the introduction to the first movement in the music, which is firstly playing, called 3 movements of the plum blossom. And after watching the playing video about the song, you can find that a variety of fingering methods and playing techniques mentioned above are used here. And for the relationship between each note, I selected an image language to express it. For example, to show the playing of iterative tone, which needs to focus on the short interruption brought by rapid opening and closing of finger movement. And the short slash is used to represent the interruption. The solid point indicates the note is blown out when the beat is played. And the hollow point after slash indicates that the sound is briefly disconnected and quickly connected. And here the second hand drawing diagram of the music. And this drawing puts the music into several parts: introduction, the first movement, and the first inserting part, and the second movement, the second inserting part, and the third movement, and the ending. Analyze the whole music from the aspects of content, how much or less playing techniques are used, and the style and emotion of each part, and the speed, and so on, and get the diagram on the left in terms of the content. And after all the translation from the music and instrument, here are the process of finding and defining architecture syntax. Since a large number of arc and other related elements can be extracted from the drawing, a variety of basic arch and cylindrical structure have been gradually tried. And now comes the analysis of the site of the castle. And the castle site I selected is located in the northwest of Kassel National Park, and the intersection area of green park and urban space in rich texture. And these two maps try to describe the figure ground and the relationship between the site and the road network. Black blocks are used to represent the extremely important museum buildings in the site, and they represent Kassel's historical and cultural space and long history of museums. Like here, you can see from the 1878 until today, these museums all exist. And through the analysis of distribution of green space of important historical and cultural buildings and the line of the site relationship in the site relationship, I get the part I pay most attention to here, which also forms the idea of my project. This is the site model. It can be seen from the site plan that there are some important places that have served Kassel DOCUMENTA exhibition, such as Kassel Museum, Kassel DOCUMENTA Exhibition Hall, Kassel Orange Garden, once a villa, now a planetarium, Kassel New Gallery, and so on. They have different museum functions, but most of these buildings built in the classical period have important arch space and classical facade formed by arch windows. So the buildings respond to them so my buildings want to respond to them in these contexts. Here at the site axis. And my project aimed at creating dialogue between these several museums. Although these museums exist, the communication is not very strong, but the new scheme wants to build a platform to unify them into a whole with sound effect. Therefore, this project is defined as Sound Museum. And in the new project, the arch is a series of public spaces in the site. Here is, as can see in the site axis, all from the museum's construction grid. It can be known from the most basic principle of reflection and the refraction of sound waves that the reflection and propagation of sound on concave and convex surfaces with different radiant sizes will produce diametrically opposite effects. And the architectural syntax obtained from the analysis diagram of music instruments in the previous ones contains a variety of different arches or arch structures. So the relationship and spatial sequence between them can be connected through sound. Here, sound is not only the origin of the architectural syntax of spatial combination, but also creates different spatial atmosphere and shows different spatial and historical interactions. And here, three different spaces are created. Firstly, the arcade space on the ground floor and defined by the axis of the urban museum, including the entrance of the building. And there's a continuation of the classical facade of the Asian Museum in the city, corresponding to this spherical arch space on the upper floor of the classical museum. And the second is many concave surfaces formed inside makes a sound generated in the space full of unpredictable echoes, corresponding to the liveliness and changes of nature and fairy tale museum. Three series and the third is the umbrella-like arch space at the upper and lower levels, and the tall convex space formed by it makes the sound easy to concentrate, and the atmosphere is solemn, so people have to stop and meditate in the space. And here is some of the rendering. And and here comes the site analysis of Qinhuangdao Island. And the relationship between the map and the background expresses the densely arranged commercial and residential buildings within the site, as well as a smooth coastal landscape belt. And the selected site is similar to a wharf, walking along the narrow beach and entering the building site after a turning point. And different from Kassel, Qinhuang Island has, my project in Qinhuang Island here has changed from centralized to scattered space combination. Kassel is a modern one. My project in Kassel is like want to create a modern one in classical spaces, but here in this sea area, which is waiting for development, hopes to create a classical atmosphere in modern space. And my project is over. Thank you, professors and class.
Okay,
Both the presentation and the work are very beautiful, and it's very solid from the analysis to the architecture syntax, and you are really working on pushing the boundary of architecture syntax. And let's hear from our other critics. Who want to go first? What about Professor Gersten?
Well, you know, I'll say I love the drawings in the beginning. I think there was your thought, your what you were asking between the iterative tone and the the pulsing and the way that those the questions you were asking became the drawings. They were spatialized into the drawings. I think that was very beautifully done, and it brought up something in a way that it's funny. It hadn't come up for me yet, and I think your drawings brought it up, which is the instruments of drawing. Do you know? Meaning, we're using one set of instruments to draw another set of instruments, and I think the drawings that you made really spoke to that. That make drawing instruments have a tone, have a rhythm and a tempo and a tone of their own, and so it brings up a very important thing about a very brief way to say it is earlier I was talking about breath and language, and so you're clearly early in your study we're looking at the breath and the instrument, and the enigma of how our body interacts internally. I'm talking about literally our lungs and breathing and consciousness and the mingling of the tongue. I mean, it's like, I have no idea how I do this. It's kind of a fascinating proposition. I think of all the infinite number of movements going on in my tongue right now, relative to the question you're asking about the finger and the iterative and the, and so I say, I have no idea how I do this. But obviously I do, because I'm doing it. I mean, I'm doing it right now. And so there's a fascinating enigma in that, which is the I that has no idea and the I that is really good at talking. I talk way too much, right? So the fact that I know and don't know, the I and I, Bob Marley always says that, I and I, right? That there's two me's, there's two I's. Okay, I want to say that applies to both drawing and architecture. Your drawings bring it up, because the same way that I'm saying my breath mingles with language to create voice, the substance of the drawing mingles with the syntax of the drawing, and it creates a space. You see, and I think you're getting at that. I think like other one got at geography, and I think you're getting at the fact, and it's fundamental to architecture. I would say it's a footing or foundation of architecture, to ask, how do we listen to our drawings? Like I was saying about the river earlier. What's the voice? How do we, it's like if you think of any singer or think of the instruments you're dealing with, everything is unique. I think of great singers. You can fill in whoever's your favorite singer. You know what I mean? Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, whatever, Bob Marley. Their voice has a vibration. It's not just reading the words. They're not just reading the words quickly. They're giving life to the words. And drawing has the same question. It has a voice. Drawing has a voice because it's vibrating between the substance of your pencil and the notational system, the notes that you're drawing, you get space, the space inculcated with voice, and ultimately the architectures that are built from those drawings can be too. I mean, they have to be, right? Those are the stakes we're playing for when we say we want to be an architect. We want to ultimately get breath and voice into our spaces. So I think it's a big set of questions you're wrestling.
I guess what I appreciate a lot about the project is the fact, especially the intervention in Kassel, that you are speaking about a place for the community, a place to meet, kind of connector, something which connects not only the museums, but also the people. And that's probably the most interesting and most important thing you can do, or one of the most important things you can do as an architect. And I remember once Richard Sennett, a very good sociologist, said to us, make sure that the buildings talk to each other. And what he was in fact saying was make sure that the people talk to each other who are in these buildings. And that's why I really like your approach, the openness, and at the same time, it's kind of, to be honest, your drawings and your renderings are kind of confusing, but in a very positive way. They're kind of unfinished and they leave space for interpretation. And that's why I think it's a very strong and also positive work. So congratulations.
Yes.
Thank you,
I mean, it's
Professor.
when the work reaches to a certain degree, it can actually externalize, and we can get into the space that she tries to construct. And it looks like she doesn't really need us to be her critique. Her drawing is her, the critique itself. She moved very smoothly from the architecture syntax that she invented to the from the drawing syntax that she invented for the musical drawing to the architecture syntax that, it's like coherent. So I think it's like only when the work reaches to a certain degree that the work can create the critique for itself. So again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else want to
Yeah,
make some comment?
I think in terms of the spatial quality and also the uniqueness of the syntax, I think it was, she's very successful. But I hope she could, continue the drawings, continue the development of the project, make it more grounded, more.
In the rest of your
related to architecture and also the environmental elements to make it, rather than interesting form, uniqueness, but push it to the more function, more related like materiality aspect of it. All right.
Yeah, in this semester, we make it really small. We make the program really small, and we want them to think about the triptychs of architecture, structure, and philosophy, space, structure, and philosophy, the triptychs that Professor Gersten was talking about. So we keep asking them the same question and try to bring them back to the focus. Okay, perfect. Let's move on to the next student.
Sorry, can you check the tone, the sound?
So he or she is mute.
Oh, sorry. I'm glad to be here.
Boo, shall we switch off the cameras for a second? There is something with the connection.
Hello. Hello. I think he lost. Hello. Hello.
Boo, let's switch off the cameras. Maybe then it's working better. I don't know.
Make him stop. Hello. 小杜同学。Hello. Hello. 同学们，你们能听见他吗？ Hello， 还是我这儿的问题？不能，不能，
都听不到。Come here。
我觉得好像有点，我在微信上联系他一下啊。Maybe just the next students, please. 下一个同学吧，我们在微信上跟他沟通一下，好吗？现在有点联系不上他。
就是下一位同学吧。
下一位同学是哪一位？
Hello.
韩寻行，你开始吧，你先开始吧，给那个杜一萌一点时间。So we let next students come up.
Okay, and first I'll invite my roommate to play sorry. I want to invite my roommate to play a part of the music.
OK. 你可能要把你的那个虚化背景给关闭啊。Nice, this is the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, very talented student. Very good, very good. Thank you. Go ahead.
Can you see the screen?
Yes. Very good.
Oh, okay. And today I'll introduce my design in 3 parts. And first is the analysis on relationship between Guzheng and architecture. And the second part is the site analysis and design of the site in Kassel. And the third part is the site analysis and design of the site in Qinhuangdao. And first, I'll introduce Guzheng. And as early as the Warring State period from the 5th century BC to 3rd century BC, it was widely spread in the Qin dynasty, also known as Qinzheng. Sorry. And in the ancient sentence, there is a sentence to describe Guzheng. In English is just like the top panel of Guzheng is round, just like sky, and the bottom of the panel is flat like ground, and the inner space is empty, and there are 12 strings, just the symbol of 12 months, and this is implement of the smart people. So we can see it's a very ancient instrument, and this is the plan and elevation, and I draw with my teammates, and this is the back plan, and this is the section. And then we find some other thing about the instrument and compare it with the Chinese ancient wooden beam framework, and we can see the strings is just like the roof. It's just like the roof, and the bridge we call in Chinese is qinma, is just like the framework, and it can transmit the power. And the qinma, the bridge can transmit the sound, and at the bottom is the body. And in ancient architecture, is a ground, and this is the similarity between Guzheng and ancient Chinese building. And then we analyze the acoustic system of desert, and we classified as 5 parts. And the first part is the vibration system, and that is just the string of Guzheng. And the third is the excitation system, and we can use our finger to pull the string to make voice. And the third part is the transmission system, and it is just the bridge we call qinma, and that is can transmit the sound from string to the bottom. That is the third. That is the fourth part we call resonance system, and that is a structure that can quickly diffuse the vibration energy of being vibrating body. And the last part is the control system. We can use some device to control the vocal performance. And I choose a very famous music score called High Mountain and Flowing Water. It's just my roommates play. And I translation the music score into this photo. And next we can see it and listen this part of the music. Sorry, can you hear it?
No, no, we can't. Can your roommate play this part for us?
He just play this part.
Oh, let's just skip this part because we can't hear.
Sorry, you can't hear. Oh, okay. In this photo, we can see this direction means the time flowing, and this direction means the 21 strings. And when people playing the strings, and we can see these have the rhythms, and each part there is a glide. In Chinese we call it 滑音, and it's just就是从一个音非常顺滑的过渡到另外一个音。And next we can see this the 21 string, we can divide it into 4 parts. We can call it double bass area and bass area, alto section, and the last one high section, 就是高音区。And in this music, we can also use this 3 parts. And this is a model. I translate the picture into this. And we can see a positive model and a negative model. And I choose this as my study. And this I use salmon to make this model. And we can see this is just the glide. And this is the fade of the sound. And then this is the profile of the model. And if we arrange it in turn, we can feel a strong sense of rhythm. And by overlapping these sections, we can get a great shape, which is a manifestation of rhythm in music. And there is an expression of a glide in 古筝, which means that one song transitions smoothly to another.
我的注释给我的 PPT。
Hello? And I abstract it to an arc. It's just an arc or a circle. And also, each song will be faded immediately after being bounced, and multiple songs will be superimposed. And I abstract it as a slash
And besides the objective factors, there are also a subjective factor like players' emotion. And I translated it in random lines, just like this. The next is the site analysis in Kassel. And this is the map of Kassel. We can see the main roads, the transportation system, and the core district of this part, and the boundary of this city. And this is the form of the city. We can see the water and the green space and the roads. And the site is in Mead, which is the most important district in Kassel. And this red part is our site. And there are two main axes in through our site, the axis A and axis B. Before we're talking about the two axes, first I want to talk about the city form or the city structure have some relationship with my study. First is the grid of the city's form. And we can see some grid structure in the district. And there are some public nodes like the plaza or some business area or the playing ground. And this we can see some arc or circle form. And there are also some slash road in the map. And it's just like a split in our grid form. And there are also some disorder element like the river, and it's just flow randomly. And in the axis A, this is the most important axis in this area. And we can see in this 6 parts. First is the exhibition and performance. We can see many famous museums like the Friedrichs Plaza or Natural History Museum and DOCUMENTA Gallery and the Greenwald World. And this is the business zone, just like the King Plaza or the Staircase Street. Or we can say, I don't know if it is in German is said Treppen Street or something else. And also is a train station, and this is the main transportation area. And this is the transportation circle and the main road and railway station, railway and other roads. And this is public square. And what I want to introduce is this Staircase Street. And this stairs are about 300 meters long and 50 meters high. These are separated by large Italian flower beds, and there are various shops and cafes on both sides of the street, inviting you to walk and stay. And this street is undoubtedly one of the highlights of Kassel's reconstruction after World War II, because it's the first project to carry out post-war reconstruction and is a unique street form in Germany. And we can see this is the photo in 1953, and it's just start to construct. And we can see the ruin after the World War II. And in the November, it was finished. And in 1960, it's become prosperous, and now it's just like this. So this staircase street becomes a symbol of optimistic new beginning after the devastating events of the war. And the second axis is this. We can see also some relics after the World War II. The first one is a church. We can call it Die Marine Creek. During the war, the church provided people with a refuge from the enemy. It was a castle of farmers, and it was almost completely destroyed in World War II, but a new church was built in the rubble. And fortunately, the bell tower in old church survived in the war and remained in the rebuilt church, becoming a symbol of war and suffering. And the next one is an old tree. And this tree suffering the World War II. And during the war, it lost all leaves and some branches, but it survived. And this is a jungle camp in Loswiesen. It used to be a barracks. It was built at the foot of Edgewood Forest during the Second World War. And at the end of the war, when the housing shortage in the bombed-out Kassel was greatest and the forced laborers had left in the camp, the vacant barracks were housed by the city of Kassel's homeless welfare service for socially disadvantaged families, most with many children. And now it's used as a playing ground. And the next one is the old Jewish cemetery in Bettenhaus. And in the World War II, many Jewish was killed by the people, and there is a cemetery for them. And we can see find articles, text, photos, and personal descriptions of Jewish cemetery in the east of Kassel. And this is a small low bridge. And before the shelter built, the small bridge used as a survive place to protect themselves. And so I want to build a high-rise building to connect all of these relics. And the base is located in a low-lying riverside area in the center of Kassel. And the terrain gradually rises to the east and west. There are many war relics on the two axes on the east and west sides of the base, such as the staircase we just say, and that symbolize the beginning of the post-war reconstruction, and the cemetery of Jews who were persecuted in the war, and the tunnel to avoid bombing, and the church bell tower that survived the war, and the old chestnut trees along the road. And I choose select a mountain in high mountains and flowing water, this music, and as a concept which combines with the intention of water represented by the Fuda River. And in China, climbing represents remembrance. A mountain is a natural memorial building, taking the high mountain as the prototype. A memorial tower is created for people to visit and cherish their memory. And in the process of climbing, watch the urban relics from the different heights and angles, and cherish the memory of people who died in the war. And this is what I did, what I made. And it has 20 floor, and the plane is square 10 meters, multiple 10 meters, with a square unit area of 2 meters, multiple 2 meters to form a multiple 5 grade, and divided space based on grade and arrange vertical traffic. And each floor is composed of a reviewing platform and 2 staircases connecting up and down. And the viewing platform is open from east to west, and according to different combinations in the grid, the viewing present different shapes to form a rich spatial effect. And this is the sections. And next is the site analysis and design in Qinhuangdao. Qinhuangdao is a city just near the sea, so we can see a lot of elements just area along the side. And this is our site. We call this Utopia. And I choose this site. We can see there is also an axis. And this is the main street in this area. And I choose a site named Jieshi Mountain. It was connected with a very famous ancient people called Cao Cao. In the middle 1980s, a number of cultural relics were unearthed from Mengjiangnu tomb near Mengjiangnu Temple in Qinhuangdao, which proved that Jieshi Mountain in the north of Changli country was the mountain that Cao Cao climbed at that time. The main peak of Jieshi Mountain is the Sendai top, with an altitude of 695 meters. It is the highest peak near the Bohai Sea. There is a famous temple, Shuiyan Temple, in the mountain. The word Jieshi engraved by the ancient remains on the cliff. Cao Cao once climbed the top of Jieshi here and looked down on the sea. And this is what he made. It was a poem. And in English, we can translate it as Jieshi is to the sea view, and the water is calm, and the mountain and island stand. The trees are overgrown and the grass is luxuriant. And the autumn wind blows bleak, and the monstrous billows surge up high, and the sun and the moon is moving, just like rising and out of the sea. And the Star River is brilliant, just like rising out of the sea. And fortunately, seeing praise ambition. And I inspired by this poem, so I want to build a architecture that we can playing in a valley and climbing it, and then finally we can climbing on the top of the mountain and see the sea. And this is the plan. And it also divided by grade, which is composed of 4 10 meters, multiple 10 meters grades arranged horizontally. And the building height is also 10 meters, and 3 meters is buried underground. And the first square grade contains 2 caves. We call it caves because in this picture we can see some caves in the mountain, and we can stay in it. And the second square grade is the underground courtyard, dominated by pools, and the third and fourth grades are climbing ramp and the other two cave spaces. And part of the building is on the beach, and part extends into the sea and surrounded by 3 sides and close to the outside world and a presence and inward space, while the side facing the sea reflects a strong openness, and we can see later. And this is the entrance, and visitors can enter from the beach first through a dark narrow door from open view of the beach and the sea into a darker space, and then enter the first cave after turning around. We can see in this photo, and this is the first cave. And the vision turned to the courtyard, and successfully raised ramp appeared in front of us like a mountain. It is just like in this photo. And after the reflection of the water surface of the sinking courtyard, the height of the mountain was much higher than that, in fact, reflecting the tower of the mountain. Visitors descended stairs into the gray space of the courtyard and entered the second cave, and where the whole mountain is completely represented in front of them. And on the stair landing, just in there, and you can see there is a waterfall flowing into the pool in front of the gap, in the front gap, and the sound of the water splashing is like an echo of the waterfall in the valley after being reflected by the walls, both sides, and the cave. And this is the road, and we just moved to this area. And in the process of traveling around the water surface, visitors can hear echoes of different characteristics in different directions. And then they start climbing. And on the hillside, visitors will enter the third cave. It's just there. And where they can have the most direct and pure contact with the sea. And then they enter the fourth cave, and the pool there is a pool between the wall. It's just like the water between the valleys, where the sound of waves and water flow enter the space through multiple reflection of the arc wall, representing a symphony-like effect. And this is the sections. And then they go out of the cave and continue to climb until the highest point. People look at the sea from the highest point. It's just in there, and they can see the whole sea. And this is my presentation, and thank you.
Yes, very beautiful and moving work. And Professor Gersten, he has to leave, but it's beautiful. You know, it's very poetic, and you really use architecture to help us to understand the sea through its sound. So I'll see what other critics wants to say. Is Professor Gersten wants to say something before you say goodbye to us?
Yeah, yeah. You know, I agree. I think is this one really what interests me. You know, I mean, I've been I don't know how to put it. I've been on crits for very many decades, and there's often the reflex people where they want to have the project, you know, the final project is really what they want to focus on and talk about and make, you know, as if everything prior to that, you know, was just leading up to it. And I don't go for that. I mean, it's not who I am. I don't really believe in it. You know, my reflex is always to listen carefully, and the spark or, you know, turn that was the students' interest is the project. You know, whether they know it or not, right? But the students' curiosity, when it sometimes makes a knot, makes a little swirl, that's the project. But anyway, I said that to say this is one where I do feel like this work at the end achieved a level. This is, how do I put it? This is what you were most interested in, and it's clear. You know what I mean? And I think that's wonderful. You know, as I said, a lot of times our architecture teachers want every student to do that, and I'm saying I don't think that matters. I don't think every student should have the so-called building be the thing of their most interest. I think that's nonsense. But here it is. I think you clearly absorbed, and I'll go back to the beginning. You know, I often when I'm swirling around with drawing and there's voice, and drawing has a voice, all that, I often say a drawing can be the important word, can be of something, but it always is something, right? Mm-hmm. Meaning representation can be a part of a drawing, and often is in architecture, as we know. But it always is something, and that isness matters, right? That's the voice, right? That's the breath of the drawing. And I felt it interesting that your earliest drawings really resonated with the of and the is, the first things you showed. Then I think for a long time in the middle, the analysis and that was much more to do with what they were of. You know what I mean? And by that, I guess what I mean is the language became, the language of the drawing became much more normative and much more known kind of analysis. But then I feel like at the end, this project that you've done, it's a very sensitive project. It in some way restored the earlier sense of the of and the is. You know, this kind of resonance between what it's representing and what itself is, how it's made its own, you know, it has a way, it has a character, it has a nature, the material imagination, let's say, the material imagination of the piece itself has a voice. And I'm happy about that because I could feel it in the beginning and I can feel it again in the final project. And that's great. It's rare. Often, by the way, it goes away by the end.
Yes, for sure.
When people try to force a building out of a project, you know, it's like they're squeezing a lemon. You know, sometimes there's no building in a project, but poor kids are forced to do buildings all the time, and there might not be one in a project. Maybe there's other things, but so you see it all the time. They end up with like a kind of dry project. But this one's a real treat because it's not, because this is, you know, the kind of a real beautiful expression of your early questions. So that's what I can offer to it. And I tell you, I'm so sorry I have to go. You know, I thought it was till 10, and so I made my next thing at 11. I knew it would go late, so I pushed my next thing to 11.
Right, thank you for staying with us for so long. And
thanks for
it's
coming.
beautiful, so we don't, yeah, thank you.
We will invite you very soon in 2 weeks.
If you don't mind.
Oh, what, you have another one in 2 weeks?
You're like learning so much.
Yeah. Yeah,
well,
for Qinhuangdao University, third year student.
Also, you're preserved that, you know, some people are trying to invite you for a lecture or two.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, it's me.
Happy to.
You know, Professor Zhang. Professor Zhang is the boss of Tianjin University. So, you know.
Yeah, he's the big boss.
This
he's the boss. He's the boss. He's the school boss.
He's the boss.
Well, listen, nice to meet you. I tell you, I was very happy to see you smoking on Zoom. You know, people over here get all offended by that. I
saw that too.
It's vapor. Probably it's
trying
vapor.
to talk about it.
Yeah, he's young. He has very young kids.
I'm a heavy smoker. I'm sorry for that.
No, I'm saying I celebrate it. I celebrate it.
Yeah, I think this student definitely, you know, point out the original, you know, the desire for, you know, our architecture. You know, we're trying to find new language out of nowhere, out of, you know, a system of culture artifacts. You know, this student really calmed down, and I like the effective level that she presented. It's really concentrated. It's really good. Congratulations. Yeah.
You know, and I'll just say, I think the studio is extraordinary. And I know you know that, but let me tell you something. These days, it's increasingly rare. It is more rare than we want to really think about. Honestly, I mean, there's so few institutions will allow and embrace you know, teachers to explore, and the kind of freedom. You know, I always tell people, deans and presidents and all that of institutions, you know, young people, like, creating an educational space, which is what you're doing when you make a studio, right? That they need to do it with the same creative urgency that they do their work in their studio. I'm saying that teachers need to teach with the same freedom that a painter paints or a musician makes their music. So their studio, like spaces of education, need the urgency of studio practices to be how they think about the studio they want to teach. And this is why so many institutions have got it wrong, because they have all this energy put into like syllabuses and curriculum committees and like all this approval nonsense. You know, can you imagine a great painter? Imagine like Rothko or some great musician, you know, like Charlie Mingus, having to put a syllabus of his song, or a curriculum committee approve, you know, Louis Armstrong's music. So if you want to get Louis Armstrong, John Haydock was Louis Armstrong of teaching. You want to get a Louis Armstrong of teaching, you got to let them play in their studio, make their music. And so few places do that anymore. So congratulations to the big boss for having
thank you, big boss, for giving us all the freedom.
Really?
Yeah, there's another one. There's another boss. He's I think he's take care of kids, but you know, he's the boss of the Qinhuangdao area. Also, I
And
think
we want to
really,
come.
you know, what I really appreciate this student is really about, you know, Tianjin University has a very strong traditional skill. They are very skillful students. They practice so much for real architecture, for, you know, for buildings. And this matter for them is really hard to turn, to make a transition from, you know, reality aspect and back
Make
to
them theoretical.
imagination and very abstract level. And the students, you know, you can see there are a lot of them just, you know, stop in front of the form, but some of them have very strong idea of the or desire to develop a real building landscape. You know, it's really amazing for us, you know, for 8 weeks plus maybe 2 months of quarantine period. So it's out of expectation. It's really good.
Yeah, I don't know how you did that in 8 weeks, honestly. That part just boggles my mind. I still haven't even actually registered that. I keep thinking of it as like a thesis project, the end of the year kind of thing, you know.
Right.
But,
We need to have the conversation going. We need to talk from time to time.
Great to see everybody.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, so much.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you for coming and staying for so long with us. Thank
My
you.
pleasure. See you soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
See you soon.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Bye. Bye. 我们还有几位同学？
还有3位同学。
啊，还有3位同学。那请下一位同
应该
学。
是杜一萌。杜一萌。
I think we should go on in English.
Yes, it is. Yeah. All right. We have 3 students left. 3.
Hello, professors. Can you hear me?
Yeah, clear.
Yes.
Oh, I'm glad to be here and introduce my design. My name is Zhu Yimeng, and I chose the instrument is Guqin. And firstly, I show you the show of this museum. Guqin have more than 3,000 years history and many interesting stories about it, such as the Burian Ziqi's meetings, and the pictures on the right is made by Song Huizong, the emperor of the Song dynasties. In the teachings of the Guqin, the fingers is an important part of the performance, and the 卷字谱 is a things to record the finger and the map. I choose the one typer as named Da Sheng Yi. I joined this picture according to the city scans in the Guqin notice of the forbidden cities. This is the details of this Guqin. This top view of the Guqin's body. The body is symmetric along the center S, and the 2 ends are smaller, and there are beautiful X on the both sides. There are 13 points in the shape called Hui Wei. Plating here can form the overtones, and the position relationship have the street properties. They are circles and over sound holes on the back of the Guqin's body, and the string you can see from the top extend from the foot of the body to the bottom and the skirt. I also joined the seven sections of the different parts of the Guqin. These things make the Qin songs more beautiful. From these 7 sections, you can see the thickness and the rhythms of the upper part are constantly changing, and the next part to analyze the sounds of the Guqin. I understand the produce of the Guqin. Firstly, craft the whole piece of the wood and then combine the bottom and the top surface with daqi, and finally form the whole. And then I researched the preparation, the change of these structures and materials. These things gathered from the special sounds. Combined with the position. 卷字谱 is made of the strings position and combines with the position information and the subtract workers spread it through the analysis of the sound wavelengths of AU source words. I joined this diagram. In the modern progress of considerate, the formwork was first made and poured in the wooden formwork, and the form was melted by heating to make these 2 models. These pictures of these 2 models. There are a set of the positive and negative shapes. This designed as the 2 proper types in 2 different sets. The models was cut in 3 directions as XYZ and join the six of the section of the joy. After that, we go to the site to see the different and similar things. Firstly, have the preliminary impression of the 2 cities. As the picture, the black part of the Kassel, the axis of the city connects the public space, and the highlights of the ground gradual decrease. In the Qinhuangdao, the axis of the city points to the sea, and the analysis size the urban public space. This all influenced my designs. The eyes, the order, and the forms the forms of the Guqin in these 2 sets are also somewhat similar. The 2 sets have the different images. One was forest, and the other is ocean. Now a question is right. We have all similar same mediation. So what's the soil of my buildings? I want to build a container of time and light. It's 1% to use a solar light, taking the light of the core point of the two architectures and filling the transmitting print and self in the closed space, reflecting the passage of the time with light change and moderating along in the space isolate from the world. So how to show the light? We go back to the seat to this question is left to answer in the next. The highlights. William has highlighted parts in the Kassel is a famous science course, and the acts and the falling water, the ancient ships have become the first axle. It's named history, and the second the axle of the urban public space, and then the third is formed by the excess of the park. These three axes is attached to and connect with the rounds. The intersections of the three axes determines the location of the building. This is a public space of the two axes. So I chose the combined with the forms of the William Parks. Model 1 was selected to build this building. Go back to the soil to return the second stage of the forest. How to define the forest? I have the two keywords. One is designed and other is interviewed. Combined with the physical, the filaments use the small holes and skylights to form such a plant. You can see through the hole, the light will be waves. This is the side plant. The boat view, top view, you can see the flowing water and the axis. The order is kept. Plant. The gradual sinking space and the falling water landing from the city and history. The falling water is used to grading the flow of the people to form the scenes of the order and the connections of the urban space. The carbon channels and the windows form the light, and the light will hit you at the moment of you entering the building, and then quietly limited with the sound of the falling water in the skin space. Hide the light spreads in the detailed designs and using the wood and stone as material chains. In the Qinhuangdao site, this project is locations interviewed of the city's accents and the city's water lines, and using the Model 2 as the prototype designed. Similarly, how to define the sea, ways and tests and cascades and reflection. You can see the physical filaments in the left, the water patterns produced by the castles of filaments, and the reflection of the light reflects the beautiful things on the bridge. The site plan and the bottom view. In the planned taking the advantage of the characters of the being immersed in the sea, and the sea water is introduced into the interviews of the building, and the waves of the sea water are reflected into the world through the skylight, so as to achieve the effect not seeing the sea but feeling the same. Continues the order and the orders and the X transform the seeking space into up left, change the positive and negative shapes on the section, and inverses lights and spheres in the details to increase the reflection of the water when the light is in surfaces. A series of the pictures like this to show that the sea rises and falls over the time. The light and the shadow also change, and the reflections in the building is also changed, forming a dialogue with nature. My introduction is over, and thank you very much.
Very beautiful project. The project is very successful in constructing a dialogue among different senses, like, you know, the sound, lighting, and maybe smell and touch and everything. So in the end, like, the architecture is very sensitive in a way, and it operates in different scale. It's both in the urban scale and the architecture scale and the construction detail scale and the detail scale for construction. So I have to say that the students are very sensitive in trying to understand the nuance of in experience. What if we can't see the exterior, but we can feel it? What if we shatter one of the senses? We can see it, but we need to experience the exterior, the context with the rest of the sensations. So he asked a few very important questions, and I think the early drawings of the Guqin is very beautiful, very elegant, and even part of it is only drawing as it is, but he got the precision of the instrument and the precision in the space and temporal implication the instrument trying to construct, and he used that implication into his architecture. And what I like most about the project is the consideration of the time, the wind, the lights, or the dynamic factors of the site. And it makes the project lies between in artwork and architecture. Thank you. Let's see, other critics, what would we have to say? What other critics want to say about this project?
Well, I think the dialogue between the two sides, in this case, it's really strong. I really appreciate this. I mean,
Yeah, it's a twin project, right?
It's a twin project, yes.
The twin project, it's the only twin project we have in this studio.
So I really like it. And yeah, it's a very consistent and strong narrative that you are designing and kind of presenting here. However, if I would have one critique, I would like to ask you to keep the way of presenting your thoughts a little bit more in one line. You know, on the one hand, you have these very nice and sensitive line drawings, and I would wonder, I could really imagine, since you're talented, I can see that you also do the renderings in this kind of hand drawing style. I think then it will be much more powerful to have it a little bit more consistent. But this is not only in your point the case. I could also imagine that some others from your group, from the studio, should have done the same. However, there is time and there is a future life, so you can think about it for the next time.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Beautiful projects, congratulations. If not, let's move on to the next students. How many do we have left? 2 or 1?
两个。
Okay, let's move on to the next student. If possible, please speed up a little bit. We respect your work. It's beautiful, but you know, all the critics here, they've been tired and they're so generous to spend so much time with us. So we need to try to keep it up a little bit. Thank you. Next student.
Okay, can you see me or hear me?
Yes.
Wow, I choose the instrument pipa, so I'm gonna get a bit of the pipa music. Thank you.
Thank you. Very beautiful. Very beautiful. By the way, we have a very talented group here. I think a few students can play one instrument or 2. I don't know. Yeah, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, now my presentation today. And my presentation contained these 3 parts, the abstraction and its music, and the site analysis and my program. So first is about getting knowledge of the appearance of the structure of pipa. And it combines 4 strings from back and belly. So its structure and how it is, I split it to 2 parts. The first part is the belly and the back of pipa. They form a cavity inside pipa. In terms of the construction process, they first, in terms of playing, they are the last part to vibrate, which is equivalent to the sound box. And the second part is the springs. It's pegs, latch, and frets. In construction process, they are the last components to be installed. In terms of playing, the springs are they evaporate and the others components that control the pitch. So we can hear different tones, and they are like control system. And here how pipa is played. The playing of pipa, we can still make the playing method visible by drawing them out with one-dimensional curves. Then based on the music, I connect two hands together so it becomes two-dimension surface, and I pile them together to form a three-dimension space. Here's the abstract model of pipa, and here's my concrete model. And what impressed me the most, I think, is the section of the model, and I think the two parts, the sound box and the control part, the left hand and the right hand, and how two lines finally combine to form a space is the most impressive thing, I think, in research of the abstract of pipa. So I, for my prototype, we're playing and we form a dimension shape from the twist of planes. And then it's about the size. Here are elements of that. It can be seen that the park is maybe the most attractive part of the city. So I did some research about its history. And I found that the park is also the most important content. The city was born around the park. From this site, we can see many information of the city, including the park axis and the ancient buildings in the city. I also found our site to be a site because it is in the park and there is a playground in west, and it faces Greenwald Museum. It's also next to Open Chapel. Abstract the elements in Qinhuangdao too. Our site is along coastline, the Qinhuangdao. So I did some research on the development place. The site is in the district of Nandai, and its name is in the south of Dai River. So maybe you can, there is also a Bei Dai, which is in the north of Dai River. We can see that it developed much earlier, and the south is to be a wasteland. We can see these two peaks in different time, and after 9 years, we took advantage of space. So I think the site is also a monument of the tourism development of this place in the middle of three building gatherings. In this diagram, I was also linked the site with the urban access and harbor. Then I think about 8 programs on my site analysis. A happy area deserves a happy architecture. So my program is about the mix of joy and peace. People can both meditate and play in my program. I don't want to build a complicated shape in these two sites. So I use the simple plan 2 places to organize the 2 function space. Here is the site plan in Kassel. The building is placed in the water and can be accessed from above or inside. Here's the plan. 2 meditation rooms and 2 sides. Here's other plan. To form a special spatial experience generated in the same way also. So I present different facades according to concentration of water. So I use glass in the lower half. Here's different drawings in winter maybe, and this is summer. And there are also different scenes underwater. I prefer to call it the fish. This is the entrance of upside and down. Meditate space is more place space is more complicated. And I also sections from different directions, like I did before. I did research on pipa. So we can see the rotation of the plan of different heights. Spatial shapes are formed with straight line in time, but it finally become a curved space, I think. And this is the walking sequence. Then I put them together to see the range of the space. And we can also see the spatial density from this drawing. And I used the same technique in Qinhuangdao. It's also like a monument thriving prisons. Place the meditation room at the same site to strengthen the sense of monument. As the project is located on the beach, I simulate the ups and downs of beach when I build the inside. There is continuity in the facade. I also use more horizontal construction in architecture to echo the shape waves. Both buildings in Qinhuangdao and Kassel are added with skylights to make the action. We can see part of the sidewall slowly curve inward to open an implicit window in both buildings so that people can make eye contact with the buildings I analyzed before. This is the waving ground. And this is the walking sequence. And here's the, and that's all my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Beautiful work. And well, you guys show us that if we are given you guys enough time, we would always get very beautiful work. And for your project, I think it's interesting that you're trying to build a kind of dam for both water bodies. So I'm wondering if you can work more on how the water wave interact with architecture, and how would the inhabitor have and dialogue with the context with the water wave. And why would you want the view to be indirect and not seen? Why would you have the curved windows? I didn't quite understand.
Because I want to keep the simple style of my whole architecture. Okay. And I think a smaller window or the inside into the building will introduce their side to the architecture as we analyze.
Yeah, I kind of like the creativity of the program and the section of the project. Let's see what other critics have to say. Chris, you want to say something about this project?
Yeah, what I like about it, it's the simplicity of the general let's say, gesture and form, and as a symbolic gesture of the bridge and the connection, the connecting element. So I guess it's a very strong idea. I would like to encourage you to maybe think a little bit less complex within the structure. So maybe you focus on one or two special spatial sequences, which do not purely come out of the formal gesture, but maybe out of like a function, like meeting, bringing people together, have a certain viewpoint, a connection. And if it comes to this, then I guess it helps you a lot to make decisions to sometimes leave things behind or out of the project. But apart from that, I think it's a very strong and very consistent work. So congratulations.
Yes, congratulations. Okay, now let's move on to the last student. Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Dear teachers and students, good evening. My name is Shicong Yi, and I'm glad to have this opportunity to share my research content and design with you. I'm also the last student to share today, so thank you very much for long wait. The instrument which I studied is erhu. I was going to play a little bit for you, but now it's a little late. I was worried about affecting others, so I would like to show you a video. This piece is called Qinhuangdao Theme Caprice. Okay. Let's go on. So as you can see, erhu is a traditional stringed instrument. The main parts of erhu include one level and two strings, a cup-shaped canister, and a ball made of horsehair. When pulling the ball by our right hand, the motion of the ball causes the vibration of the string, and then the vibration of the string is transmitted to the Python skin on the canister through the code in the middle of the canister. The vibration of the Python skin is amplified and optimized through the cavity of the canister. And finally, the deep and melodious music of erhu is obtained. My partner and I started with the shape of the erhu instrument, includes material aesthetic feelings, aesthetic structure frame, and part of the whole. And then we focus on the erhu music from multiple dimensions, including physical and abstract space, horizontal and vertical space, time and speed, and so on. So from its appearance, we can find that the biggest difference between erhu and other musical instruments is that erhu has both vertical space and horizontal space. The vertical level and the horizontal bar move vertically relative to each other, producing wonderful music. We focused on the erhu from perspective of time and space. The temporality of the erhu is mainly reflected in the rhythmic aspect of music, where different speeds and different beats produce different lengths of time. And the spatiality of erhu is reflected in the space of the ball and the space of the strings. The space of the ball is mainly horizontal, and the space of the strings is mainly vertical. The horizontal ball reflect different spatial sensations through the length, angle, and the height of the ball drawn by the right hand, and the vertical strings reflecting different spatial sensations through the position and the strings of the left hand pressing the strings. So by studying the way the erhu is played, I conclude that the spatial and the temporal characteristics of erhu are reflected in the horizontal motion around a longitudinal axis at different rhythms, which when viewed in a coordinate system constitutes a series of regular spatial triangles. So as you can see, this is the spatial composition formed by the series of spatial triangles that we formed by studying the music piece, Qinhuangdao Theme Caprice, which is the music that we listened at the beginning. So then, based on the instrument analysis, and I started to carry out my cement model casting, making a total of 3 attempts. For the first time, I selected 12 notes from the music piece, Qinhuangdao Theme Caprice, forming 12 triangles with different heights, shapes, and thicknesses, representing different pitches, timbres, and rhythmic lines. The result is like this. And in this, I think the overall model is like the creation of structured stones in traditional Chinese architectural design. But the problem of this model is that the model does not reflect the sense of space of the building. So then I made the second model by reversing the first model, digging out continuous triangular space in the rectangular 3-dimensional space, so that the building has actual space. This photos is my model. This is the elevation and section. This series of triangles together form a following through space, forming a richer virtual experience. But the problem is that these triangles are all continuous and parallel. So our teacher suggested to me that it would be better to rotate and insect the space. So then came to the final model. Based on the previous one, some of the triangles were rotated offside and lifted to increase the multiple possibility of space function while retaining the visual diversity of the previous space, and to find more fun in the interlaced space. This is a photo of my pouring cement. So I learned a lot about the properties of cement material in this process. At the same time, this model is also the basis of my design. Then comes to the third part. When I analyze the site of the design, Qinhuangdao and the Kassel city, Qinhuangdao with the beautiful natural landscape, and Kassel with its strong cultural atmosphere, we can see that both sides are along an important urban axis, and the key landscapes on both sides are linked around the axis to form a different triangle. Some are flat triangles and some are spatial triangles. For example, in Qinhuangdao site, along the longitudinal axis of the trestle bridge, we can see in this site, the various site elements around it together form a linkage in a complex triangle. This is a different triangle which shows the different relationship between the city. And in the city of Kassel, along the urban axis of the DOCUMENTA Square, the surrounding key landscape, for example, the round square, the city hall, the art museum, the church, and the other buildings, and so on, to form several major triangles, and then other secondary buildings are added to it to form different secondary triangles. So the different triangles constitute the urban space, which implies a complex relationship between the physical space and the abstract space of the city. I think this is very similar to the characteristics of the Erhu. Then the last part is the architectural design based on the previous analysis and research. First of all, the most basic function of the design is the meditation space. In the design of the meditation space, I use concrete material to reflect the purity of the space through the rustic and undirected material, and also the reflected, and also to reflect the low and the rustic musical characters of Erhu. In addition to the function of meditation space, I also give the function of city exhibition hall to the building by combining the analysis of musical instruments and the temporality of the city. So you can say people work in the specific flow of the exhibition, showing the temporality of the space by working and stopping. Some urban artworks will be hung in the building so that people can first understand the history and characteristics of the city during the visit. Secondly, through the design of the window opens at specific angles, people can see the urban landscape outside the windows, thus echoing the analysis of the urban triangles. Then people look up in the space, light comes in through the gaps, filling the nature. People look down in the space, examine themselves, and return to the meditation. So from this design, I hope that I want to convey peace of mind in buildings which ancient Chinese music brings us, and explore the relationship between architectural design and music. The above is all of my report. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you. Very good work. You're being very sensitive to the relationship between architecture and music, and it's pretty coherent from the musical analysis to the architecture syntax that you're trying to push. And well, I just hope you can be a little bit more specific about the interior spatial logic that you're trying to define, and the exterior spatial logic that you're trying to explore, you know, to have people know about the city of Kassel. So, but nevertheless, it's a very beautiful work. Let's see what other critics have to say about your work. What about Celine? Celine, you want to say something?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I think all the projects gave me a lot to think about abstraction. I think, you know, how, you know, basically all the projects, they either there's some abstraction through the score, the notes of the music, or the space of the instrument itself, and then of course it brings to the idea of time, like if you are doing some notation of the musical piece and the score itself, and then we have, you know, the time of the music. I don't know a lot about music, but you know, it's rather it's a linear notation of the musical piece, and then how is it then when we translate into the architectural space, whether this time is still a linear line, or there's some more chaotic experience of the time, and then there are projects like this which is more about the space of the musical instrument. So which then maybe there's a bit more freedom to define when the project goes on site and goes into architecture. I guess that's where the site reading is important, and then that's why you're talking about the internal spatial logic and things like that. So I don't know, it's a very interesting brief, because I'm just thinking about the year one brief in general, and then this question that I think Toyo Ito once asked, what is after abstraction, and is there anything else after abstraction, and how do we do abstraction? So I think at least these two approaches, and these are the questions that I have when I go through all these projects, but they are all very beautiful projects, and these are just questions that I have to think about, I think.
Okay, let's have our big boss to make some comment about this project. And
big boss make a final conclusion.
Final words for the whole studio.
Yes.
Mr.
Okay. Okay, so it's my turn now.
Yeah,
Yes,
first
your
of all,
turn.
thank you very much. This is a great opportunity. Your student is amazing.
Thank you.
It's amazing. We do something around this studio, to just promote it, just make it, make Tianjin University great.
Yeah, thank you. So I appreciated the whole project by students, supervised by Jiyuan and Xiaojun very much. Since the final reveal was delayed twice, yeah?
Yes.
Once by pandemic.
同学们可能把那个自己的摄像头打开，我们可能就可能会合个照什么的，好吗？ Hey Chris, we just told them to turn on the camera so everybody can be a group, like a sense of group in the room. Everybody.
And the other time is, the other time is Spring Festival of China. And in 8 weeks, it's short time to both dealing on study and the design process. So I think finally the presentation of students is quite amazing. So I appreciate that quite much. And I think the ambition of this studio is that try to how to say, pursue the synesthesia. Can you understand? In Chinese, it means 联觉. So both in the process. Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, no problem.
Yes.
Okay. Synesthesia means 联觉 in Chinese, yeah. Okay. So I think the ambition is sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So I suggested that if we do or we supervise the studio in the next time, so maybe we only ask the student to present in black and white graphic, but not a rendering.
Yeah.
So in that way, I think the transition of the whole process can be clarified clearly. That's one thing. The other thing is that with considering the, how to say, development of design, I mean the project, material, light, structure can be involved in to contribute their concept. So in that way, the whole final result, how to say, can be better. That's all. Juan, Xiaojun.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. What about Chris?
Chris,
Your conclusion.
Actually, it was very nice to listen to the last sentence or the last two sentences of this last student. So this made it, this brought it really to the point. She really made a nice summary. And I think what's like combining all of the project is that this beautiful narrative from analyzing the instruments to the urban analysis to the design. It was very nice to follow this up. So it's not only about architecture and the abstraction of space and squeezing space and architecture out of this analysis. It's really about the narrative. So I think that, or I have the feeling that the students learned a lot and they made a good progression. And most importantly, I would say, I guess, as far as I understood, like Boo in the beginning, it was a kind of unique experience for the students. And that's why I would call it maybe a kind of perspective change. So it seems that Ying made you, especially Ying, we have to say, made you change the perspective this semester.
Yes.
And
yes, definitely. You know, very small amounts of students, one group. You know, that's a big success, you know, in our life.
And
yeah.
And apart from that, I really think that, you know, changing the perspective, it's really, really important when you are an architect. I'm not saying changing your attitude. I'm just saying looking from a different perspective. And I think from this point of view, you did all an incredible job. And I wish you good luck and success for your future. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Boo, you say something?
You know, I think first of all, I think we contact you know, Qinhuangdao boss. He probably will, you know, host the exhibition in the near future. You know, I think he's working on it. So first of all, you know, protect your drawings, don't throw it away, and then protect your models. Probably we will organize an exhibition in Qinhuangdao. And you know, these are incredible work for your life. I think, you know, you guys are I think the six years of your architecture education, probably, you know, compared to Tsinghua University student currently running again by three of us, you know, Jiyuan, Chris, and me. You know, their work is a little bit, you know, shallower than you guys. So it's really a good time for you guys to stop and really think about the architecture and how it affects your life, how you decide do a real architecture. Some of you have a very strong ambition and desire to make good architecture. We are so glad that, you know, we saw that, you know, so again, we thank Xinnan, you know, give us this great group of students in front of us, you know, to lead them, and also they lead us, lead the topic, the abstract topic, into a very strong depth. I think really, compared to other students, you know, we tried this. Now is third time. This is third time. We have twice in Tsinghua and once in Tianjin University. So this one is really, really deep, you know, because they have experience, they have very strong desire to pick up something from us. I think really very enjoyable. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Okay, I made the last words. First of all, thank you for all the students who bear with us. We've been very talkative and we try to fit everything in you in this very short semester. I hope we touch upon some very important issues about architecture. And as we expect, we discover some very unique aspect of different students. We help you to find yourself, and that's what we expect. And you actually, absolutely did what more than what our expectation is. So I would say, listen to your voice, have faith in your work, and be honest to yourself and your work, and keep on going. So goodbye and good luck.
Good night, guys.
Okay.
Good night, guys.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye bye. By the way，等一下，每个人需要上交一个150字左右的关于自己作品的介绍中文，然后翻译成英文，然后把你们的 PPT 上交。OK， 这非常重要，因为我们很可能很快就要发布一些作品，跟媒体联系，好吗？这个是你们作业的一部分，谢谢。OK， 再见 ，Good night， 拜拜，
拜拜，
拜拜，拜拜。